Monday. Monday, Monday, Monday. Jesus fucking Christ. Post 4th of July Monday. Y'all better be fucking sober. Every single one of yous better be sober.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
You really had your finger on the trigger for that one, didn't you? Didn't you, Ordain? No longer borked? Wait, were they borked before? How were they borked? What's fixed? I don't know what's going on. But welcome in, guys. I have an interesting story to tell you about how my 4th of July went, as well as talk about the shit that went down in Texas over the weekend and is technically still going on. Starting the week in backside of summer, right? Hell yeah. At work, fully sober and chilling. As long as you're having a good time. As long as you're having a good time. But how was everybody else's weekend? What trouble did y'all get into? What shenanigans were you up to? We had fucking... Let me think. What all did we do this weekend? We had the 2 sessions of TTRPGs, Friday and Sunday. I don't think I did anything Saturday. Squats workout time. God fucking damn it. We just got here. Why are you like this? No one's watching this from a hospital bed? Y'all better not be in a hospital bed. Well, oddly enough, though, that has something to do with what happened July 4th. So, you know, cleaning up the schmurder? Yeah, we're going to be cleaning up the schmurder later. And I've actually really been enjoying crime scene cleaners. So we're probably going to get to it basically like right at the crack of the hour. Right after the ad break on the first hour. Was very wet. Help friends move, though. Help friends move. Help friends move. Hi, Hectic. Schmurder. Yeah, schmurder. I was making an egg and bacon with cheese on a croissant sandwich. You say that, but what? Huh? Hope you had a nice weekend. My weekend was pretty good on a personal level. I am still kind of exhausted because I had grandparents and stuff over, and they were a lot. Yeah, we're gonna go with a lot. So if y'all want to hear what happened July 4th really quick, we had a get together. My family had a get together here. I was the youngest person. Okay, I was the youngest person. The next youngest was 30 years older than me. So if you want to get an idea of how old all the people that were here were, we had the next door neighbor over and he's 92. The next door neighbor came over. He's 92. He brought his girlfriend. Yes, he's dating and he's awesome. But the other neighbors that are some of my parents' closest friends came over. And one of them has a problem with drinking. He doesn't eat that often and he drinks a lot. And I mean drinking from the Dewar's bottle. And he fell. He fell inside our house. I didn't get to see it. Grammy go round saw it, as did another one of the people that were here. And he basically went over like a domino. Thing was though, he couldn't stand up afterwards. Grandpa still got it. he that's the problem. He don't still got it. He don't still got it. And the only thing he has to do with himself, here I am, under 50, and haven't had a date in a decade. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. But no, this was not my grandpa. My grandpa was here. And the one who fell is actually younger than my grandpa. No, this was not my grandpa. This was the neighbor. My grandpa instead was outside next to me bad-mouthing the poor man who fell. But the thing was he couldn't stand up. And we got a bunch of people in there. We all tried to help him get up, but he couldn't stay standing. So we called the ambulance. And 2 different departments showed up. We had one of the fire rescue teams showed up, and then an AMR ambulance showed up. So eventually they took him to the hospital. They took him to the hospital Friday night. This was, mind you, this was 9-ish, 9 p.m. probably. And eventually, well, I can't even say eventually. To my knowledge, currently, he still hasn't left the hospital. He still can't stand. All that alcohol means he's flammable. The thing was, though, is we found out generally what was like causing him to pass out, because he passed out. That's essentially what happened. Is he drinks so much alcohol without having any food that it directly affects his blood pressure. So when he stands up, his blood pressure just drops to the fucking floor, and so does he. If you want to get an idea of what's going on here. As of yesterday, when I asked, he still wasn't home. So I don't know what the deal is today. Nobody's giving me an update or anything, which is why I've been like bothering the people to tell me, because I want to know what's going on. I feel, the thing is he's an extreme alcoholic, and like we all talk about this. My family has tried having a discussion with him, as well as his family, his wife, his son, and like the wife's kids. They're both on their second marriage. Okay, just to give you an idea of what kind of family this is. This is both of their second marriages, so they already have kids from like other spouses. The moral of the story is drink responsibly. Drink responsibly, and in your retirement, do not drink every single day. Define extreme. He is drunk by 2 p.m. every single day, Ordain. He is 5'2", drunk before 2 p.m., and naps most of his day away. And we have tried like helping him and stuff. Today, I hope not today. I hope Friday was like a good like wake up, and maybe he'll start working on himself, because he has plenty of money. He's retired Navy. I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure it's Navy. He's retired military regardless. I'm pretty sure it's Navy. And he's a retired lineman. So he has like pensions from both military and from being an electric lineman. So like he's not hurting for money. It's just for whatever reason he decides to spend his time moping around his house, drinking the entire time. This is my neighbor. This is what my 4th of July was like. He collapsed in our house and he had to go to the hospital. He needs a hobby. I agree, he needs a hobby. Double fisting those pensions, hell yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing is, but the thing is he is actively a detriment to himself. This didn't happen here, but I have heard my family members here, he falls back at his house semi-frequently, to the point where my family here will get a call from his wife and be like, I can't get him up, he's fallen. One time he fell between the bathtub and the toilet and couldn't get up. He fell while he was in the bathroom and landed between the toilet and the like bathtub and was stuck there. A model train set? He has the space for a model train set. This is a man that has a pool room. He has a pool room with a bar in it. Grins! I've fallen and I can't get up. Yeah. Have a massive storm pass through Hungary. Power went out in the village for 5 hours. Fallen trees are blocking several streets and railway is dead. So how's your day been so far? I can talk about something similar. Currently, if y'all didn't know, over the weekend, not just my 4th of July, at the personal level, Texas was inundated with flash floods. My sister was actually down in Kerrville, the city basically where this happened, where the Guadalupe overflowed its banks and swelled more than 22 feet. The summer camp I used to go to as a kid was on the banks of the Guadalupe River. And once every term, we would have a dance with a certain summer camp, a girls' Catholic summer camp called Camp Mystic. If anybody in the U.S. has been watching the news, you would know that one of the cabins at Camp Mystic got washed away in the flood, and all of the campers are currently either dead or still missing. And at this point, you can only assume that those campers are also dead. The thing is, I'm looking at fucking, the pictures of the river, and I recognize many of the areas, and I could tell, because the Guadalupe is usually a peaceful, slow-moving river, and it's swelling more than 22 feet is huge. Like, it's massive. Up to 26. I've heard 27, but I'm sticking with 22 plus, because I've heard everything from 22 feet at the lowest to 27. Can we get less once in 500-year floods. It's every 2 years at this point. Oh, no. It's worse than that. It's worse than that. Because today, South Carolina has emergency flash flood warnings, deadly flash flood warnings already. It couldn't go 4 days. You couldn't go 4 fucking days. Do you mind if I make a song for you? Go right ahead, Apex, if you want to. Like, if you want, it's all you. It's please no sync America thankies. It's not gonna sink. It's not gonna sink. Again, there's a finite amount of water on the surface. Again, water cycle shenanigans. The thing is, I have, this is the crazy shit. I got curious. So I have various posts or various like trending pages on the Texas floods and Ted Cruz. I wish I was joking. One of the things that was trending was Ted Cruz. And this time he didn't run to Cancun. It's a fucking miracle, dude. And that's Marin being like the one meme of the weather. Why can't you just be normal? It's the thing is, I know why it's not normal. I know why it's not normal. All the politicians though in Texas are gonna tell you shit like it's just weather. No one could have predicted it, which is exactly what they're doing. That is exactly what they are doing. After these several months of defunding NOAA, the NWS, all of the weather services, essentially, that would typically be the people taking the data and the information and getting it out to the public in emergency notices as fast as possible, they defunded them and cut their staff to fucking nothing. Nobody would have predicted because we cut. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, with hurricane season coming, and I say this in I'm going to say I can't wait. I don't actually mean for I can't wait because I know it's going to happen. They're going to keep cutting it and keep saying, the thing is, people that say that like, yeah, we don't need the National Weather Service or NOAA or anything like that. I have my apps on my phone. Who the fuck do you think gets that information for those apps? I promise you, the Apple Weather app does not have their own fucking weather team out there gathering the data to give you. Okay, the thing I was going to say about I can't wait, it's not necessarily I actually can't wait. It's the fact that at some point, at the rate that it's going, we are going to end up with a hurricane that basically gets with, let me see, that basically gets within like visual range of the coast without us knowing it's there. Granted, I think there are global weather services, I don't know for sure, that track hurricanes. There may be, but hurricane season is coming up and we couldn't predict flash floods on famous rivers that flood. Also, hold on, what did I say? The one country said people just die. What's the big deal about the healthcare cuts? And just short. Oh yeah, that was a politician. If you want to know something, I'm going to say funny, but also demented. Y'all want to know what Marjorie Taylor Greene said that I just found out? That's exactly what we're talking about. That's exactly what we're talking about, Sin. Kerr County is where I went to summer camp. My sister was down there. The last thing of my sister was a counselor at the summer camp that I went to. And she stayed there for the last 2 weeks. And she was just leaving. This day, they like let out the day of that it started raining. And, Mexicanado? Says that it's different. Yes, that's exactly what she said. She said that the Democrats have a weather machine that caused the flooding. I just got back from my job at the Apple Weather Team. Man, these hurricanes are brutal out there. But no need to thank me for doing an honest day's work. Really, booty. Really. Americano, as in the coffee? Explain to her, yeah, people do die, but if I shoot you and try to use, well, everyone dies eventually as part of my defense for shooting you. That shit ain't gonna fly. Yeah. The weather dominate. Wait, no, isn't the Dominator one of the old cars from like, what was it, Tornado Watch? Wasn't it? Hold on, let me see. Tornado Watch. The Dominator. Yeah, Dominator refers to a special storm-chasing vehicle. That's what I was thinking. Where is it? Yeah, it's the ugly, like, turtle shell, like, Ford X, like, I can't tell exactly what it is, but it's It was like this weird specialty vehicle that has like pile drivers and stuff for when like the tornado hits and they can just ride through it. It is ugly as sin. But yeah, I remember the Dominator. It used to be red, but all the pictures of this one are black. Interesting. Interesting. Multiverse Sonata. Shut up. Hiring an Apple weather team and us deciding to not outsource information. The new Apple iPhone 27 will be a slight price increase of $2,200 per unit. No! Ugly as sin. Not that kind of sin, with an I. With an I sin. Come on. Perchance a co-op NATOing. That usually happens in the Midwest. Sometimes you can end up with like tricorn tornadoes. Whole series of Dominator research vehicles. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's a class of vehicle. It's basically any like hurricane chasing vehicle that has like plating down, like low plating, and can kind of like turtle down inside a tornado. Why are y'all just saying random words for tornado? From G.I. Joe? No. Oh, the Cobra Commander skit. Okay. Happened like 300,000 times. Every finger pointed is a confession. Was the tank van from Sharknado? That's exactly what it is. Tommy, that is the Dominator. That's exactly what it was. You do know the Sharknado movies are literally just cameo movies, right? You know they're just cameos. Like the only thing that's science fiction is typically the weird general main plot that happens with the Sharknadoes and the like two main characters. AU should be called something like shut up, Grids. Different words that would go with tornado. My brain replaced T with P, and I know my brain is cooked. Panado. Oh my god. Biden NATO. Shut up. Oh my god. But yeah, it's the thing too is I found this out recently because I looked this up. This was, I don't remember if it was yesterday I learned this or the day before. If you didn't know, Kerrville, or at least technically the county itself, is supposed to have an emergency meeting. They have a committee that is essentially supposed to make plans for any sort of emergency events. Do you want to know the last time? They're supposed to have, I believe it was 3 meetings a year. 3 or 4 meetings a year at minimum. You want to know when the last time they had a meeting was? Got done making a beautiful song in your Discord store? That was really fast, Apex. July 2nd, closer to 2050 than we were the year 2000. Now Saving Private Ryan, old man gift. Wait, that wasn't Saving Private Ryan. Wasn't that like Jump or something? It was like some time travel movie. 2008. No. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's over a year ago. They haven't had a meeting in over a year. So they have made no plans for any sort of emergency in their county in over a year. Yeah, I think it was Matt Damon. Was it Ryan? Okay, it's been a long time since I've seen Saving Private Ryan, and I'm pretty sure I actually watched that movie in school, in primary school. Oh, good lord. All right, I'll take a swing at that later, probably. Is it AI music? I was gonna say, if it's AI music, that would explain why it was made so fast. You still use as an art tag? I took it down because we haven't really been having too many not safe for work. But if you want to tag it under that, that is totally all right. I would still like check under it, or you can just use the regular art tag. I was trying to like consolidate it because it's not too big of a deal to me if like regular art and not safe for work art is in the same tag, especially because more often than not, Twitter wants you to like censor it if it's not safe for work. US, did you see the DOJ and FBI just said there's no Epstein client list and are now Huh? No, I haven't seen that. What? Oh? Oh my. Mm, hmm. That's okay. Hold on. DOJ. No. Jeffrey Epstein had no client list, died by suicide, FBI and DOJ conclude. Uh-huh. 18 minutes ago, updated article. US v. Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. Investigators have concluded that conspiracy theories that Epstein was murdered are without any merit. Jeffrey Epstein did not have a so-called client list that could implicate high-profile associates, and that he did take his own life, contradicting long-held conspiracy theories about the infamous case. All right, chat. I think I have my newest conspiracy theory. I think I have my new conspiracy theory that I actually believe in. Good fucking lord. Investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. Epstein's list did not kill himself. Congressman, isn't it? This is hard evidence for the conspiracy theories I've ever seen. Trying to see if there's anything more interesting in the two-page Department of Justice and FBI memo. Investigators found no incriminating list of clients and no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. Investigators also released footage they say supports the medical examiner's conclusion that Epstein died by suicide while being held at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York. Where is this medical report? I would like to see this medical report. Let me see. Is it possible to get it? Jeffrey Epstein medical examiner report. What is this? Epstein cell, Department of Justice, Office of the Inspector General. Investigation review of the Federal Bureau of Prisoners Custody Care and Supervision of Jeffrey Epstein at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York, New York. This is from 2023. That's 4 years after he died. But I don't think the medical examiner's report is going to be in here. Obama's birth certificate made Epstein kill himself. What? Bush killed Epstein? Jesus. Palm found new Epstein lore during her science talk yesterday. Do tell. Do tell. I had it open for a little bit, but I didn't stay too long. An AI video of him offing himself, they take it down because people know it's AI? Huh? Wait, what happened? What happened? Did I miss it? These fucking AI vids. I completely agree. But usually let me see. New York medical examiners case search. Office of Chief Medical Examiner of NYC. Reporting a case, order death certificate, get a copy of records. New York State Archives? Okay, no, that's not going to be useful. that's Austin. Why does it suddenly jump to like other counties? Just random other counties. All across the US. Monroe County, Tarrant County, Westchester. Oh well. I guess New York's medical examiner does not have a case lookup. Fuck, dude. I wanted to go check that. I wanted to see what, like, Elon mentioned the list in his fallout with Trump. Yeah, he did. I also wouldn't doubt, though, if Elon was fucking lying for the sole purpose that he knew it was going to piss off his, like, base. Worcestershire. No, it was Westchester, but it's funny to say it like Worcestershire. Worcestershire. It's my favorite cap. I've killed Epstein in every state. Shut up. Oh my god. 80 details the scientist. She was going down a rabbit hole, was a friend of Epstein's, had a party thrown for him by Epstein, and wrote a paper about how 15-year-olds... Huh. Watch your chair, County. Oh my god, no. I mean, it is one of those, like, I don't know what the paper was on, but there are those cases sometimes where, like, I remember what 15-year-olds look like when I was a kid. When I was 15. Like, we just all look like children, pretty much. And then sometimes now I see, like, when I used to pick up my sister when she was around 15 from high school, and I would see her friends and the way that she would go to, like, football games and stuff, because those were big social events in high school, in the town that we lived in. I would see that shit and I'd be like, why the fuck do these girls look like college girls? What the fuck is happening? He's not really dead. Title Weekend at Jeffries. Oh my god, no! See, he's not really dead. Shove sunglasses on corpse. I think I threw up in my mouth a little bit. I don't know how he does it from perspective, but I can agree that weirdly enough, for some reason, teenagers really want to appear older than they are. Reason go trad? No. No, trad. Absolutely not. I just think it's funny. But he used the Chucky curse to survive. Jesus, no. All right. Nope, that's not it. I was looking to see if... Goodness, hiccups. Want to appear older? Older people want to appear younger? Yeah, pretty much. Which is why you end up... How many people have been in a rural southern town and seen what is definitely like a blonde-haired mother and a blonde-haired daughter, and the daughter's trying to look like the mother and the mother's trying to look like the daughter, and it's really fucking weird. Please tell me I'm not the only person who has seen this. This was all over my hometown. When you live in like a rural town, it's really fucking weird to see how many moms go get blonde highlights and try to look like their daughters. We get confused as sisters. Those crow's feet say otherwise, ma'am. Screenwriting for Freaky Friday? Not really, because neither of those people look at all alike. Alejandro, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I blocked those images from my mind. I couldn't help it because, like, my mom was friends with, like, most of the mothers in town that were like that. And it didn't really start happening to them until, like, their daughters reached, like teenage ages. Until they became, like, teens and stuff, and they started, like, expressing themselves. And then the moms tried to express themselves, like, what their kids were doing. And so, like, they were all wearing, like, those, like... Oh, but I almost said Jinko jeans. It's not Jinko jeans. Like, the embroidered jeans, the, like, tight tops, weird hairpins and bracelets and shit. The moms trying to blend in. Ugh. And now most of them just own boutiques in that town, and it's hideous. Hi, guys. How many different shops can sell turquoise crosses for $80 a pop? You'd be surprised. It's in the teens. Love the model. Hi, Arcane. Thank you. Oh, here, we need to put our jacket away. It's yapping time. It's not polite to wear a jacket in a hot room. Don't try to, I mean. Oh, getting into high school, I sure as hell not or don't want to look like him. Oh yeah, teenage boys are the worst to try and like emulate. People aren't emulating teenage boys. It's usually moms trying to emulate what their teenage daughters think are cool and popular. Especially in the South. How many women have you seen in the South that have like really shitty blonde highlights trying to look younger? Steve Buscemi, what's up, fellow teenagers? Oh god. Oh god. Thank you for self-care. Also, I owe squats still. Yeah, that's what the line was. Hello, fellow youths. Emulating teenage boys not showering but bathing in Axe body spray. Is it still that way? That's what it was like when I was a teenager. That was 15 years ago? Something like that. Roughly, give or take. Thinking back to like my middle school years. Yeah, that was... They still
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't fret over every egg.
So much Axe body spray you could threaten them with a lighter? Hell yeah, you could. I had seen teens that look older than me still don't know how some grown men still date teens, because the minute they open their mouth, you can tell the shit isn't an issue if your standards are above dimmer than a wet toothpick. Huh? All right, hold on. I gotta do 20 squats because we still have the work at Redeem. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right. All right. Today was also leg day, so it's not too bad yet. It's tomorrow is when it's going to suck. Still happens. Wait, still happens by broccoli heads in gym. Oh, do you mean the guys that have like curly hair and then they just grow it into a puffball on top of their head? Oh my goodness. A theory of the mook and the midriff. Mooks are boys who want to remain as adolescent as possible for as long as possible, while midriffs are girls who want to exit adolescence as quickly as possible. Yep. I like to call that instant ramen hair. Oh yeah, I can see that too. I went on a field trip to DC in high school. Some dipshit sprayed a whole can of Axe spray on the hostel's air vents and killed everyone. What? Why? Yikes, dude. Yikes. But no, yeah, hi, Ro. Also, yeah, I can see that. I can imagine it being like... I've seen ones where people get, like, their curls by themselves, like, dyed blondes, and their roots and everything are still brown. My brother kind of has that hair. My younger brother has that hair, and I... he looks goofy with it. The reason was they thought it was funny? Ah, yes, teenage boy humor. Always with its little bit of insanity. Stupidity, whichever you prefer. Whichever you prefer. All right, I was looking to see if there was anything else. Brick Summit. Ooh, what is this? Ugh. Hold on. So I wanted to see why BRICS was trending. See if like the BRICS nations were doing anything, but instead it's just Trump railing on about the BRICS meeting. Okay, hold on. What is this? BRICS meeting. The BRICS meeting in Brazil has the most important international meeting of the year. The fact is that now BRICS has over half the world's population affiliated to it and over 40% of the world's GDP. Perhaps the key development in the BRICS is that the BRICS Bank, the new development bank, will become a cross-border financial settlement hub that will become a key challenger to the Western-controlled SWIFT settlement system. Brazil's Dilma Rousseff will remain in charge. While Putin and Xi were not there, their delegations were in large numbers. The most active of the meeting was the business council, where huge numbers of people met in secure, confidential surroundings. Also notable was the well-attended women's conference. Perhaps the star of the show was the Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, who for the second year in a row made a blistering and confident speech about the future of BRICS. Good to see is the growing confidence of the newer nations, and it's clear that the Southeast Asian nations are making their mark. BRICS makes no introduction on how each country should rule itself or the cultural mores it should adopt. 10 full members and 10 partner members, other countries are lining up. Okay, hold on. I want to know what all of the countries, BRICS countries, what countries are all in the BRICS? Can I get a map? I would like a map. Damn! Wow, that was not, that map is far bigger than I thought it was going to be. Is it perfect? No. Is it going to be interesting though? Oh shit, I did not mean to click that. Whoops. I wanted to take the picture. Here, we'll do this. Okay, this is the map of the member states. So, take you, save it. Thank God, it's a PNG. Okay. And then we are gonna bring the screen down here real quick. Excuse me, pardon me. Are the penguins who got tariffed on it? No. Sadly, no. That was technically a, like, isn't that island south of Australia? For sure, was it like southeast of Australia? And then let me get this picture for y'all real quick. Because this is a very interesting little picture. Here it is. Oh, I made it too big. Made it too big for the frame. It happens. That is a very interesting map. So are we going to be BRICS versus NATO now? Probably. Probably. That is probably going to be the next period of our history chat. So buckle up, buckos. Are we nuking the Penguin Island for tariffing us? The Penguin Island didn't tariff us because it doesn't have a government. What's your point? But anyway, of all the countries like that are in here, this thing actually didn't have a key for some reason. Let me see if I can find the key for this. Member states. Can I click you and maybe you'll tell me what the colors mean? No. Okay. The dark blue are member states. The light blue are partner states. And the green are candidate states. Countries that are essentially lining up to join the BRICS. But the main part here, the most important part, is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. South Africa is a little lower on this list in a lot of ways. But that is a massive portion of the world's like total population, and that's basically all of the major manufacturing hubs. Hey chat, are you ready for the Eurodollar? Actually, what do you think it would be? The yuan ruble? What is the Russian currency again? Russian. It is ruble. Okay, I was right. Yeah, we're gonna end up with like instead of getting the euro dollar, it's gonna be the yuan ruble. Fuck the euro dollar already. We have the euro dollar. It's the euro. No. I'm talking about like the cyberpunk. How cyberpunk has the euro dollar. Eddie's real now. Nah, I think we're, at this rate, it's probably gonna end up being like something similar to the yuan. Not Robux. That'll be 20 credits. Hey, listen. Hi, Ember. Listen, if we went to a credit system, and by credit system, I don't mean credit cards. I mean currency just being called credits, and it was just universal. Fantastic. Fantastic. Rubles basically useless paper. Russian rubles? No, this is rubles with an O. With an O. All right, hold on a second. What are some of these other ones? Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran. Ah, the UAE is on here. And Indonesia. Partner states, Belarus, Bolivia, Cuba, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Nigeria, Thailand, Uganda, Uzbekistan, Vietnam. And then the 2 more countries have been invited to join as observer partner states, like the ones listed above but have not yet confirmed their status, and that's Algeria and Turkey. Okay. Countries that have applied for membership. Okay, this is not a list. It just says among 22 countries that were applying for membership, but it doesn't give a list. Well then. Turkey playing both sides, huh? I mean, I don't think there's anything that distinguishes... Hi, Learnhead. I'm sorry, I only speak English because I'm a dirty, dirty American. I'm sorry, I can't read that. But it looks like you're being nice. Hi, have a good night. I'm going to guess that you're probably saying that it's late, so you're going to bed. Or something like that, just based off the emotes. I guess it wasn't surprising since NATO was primarily built to be anti-Russian. True. Anti-Soviet, technically. Technically anti-Soviet. Yeah, Turkey is on Turkey's side. Yes, that is correct. Oh, I forget. What is what is the word for Turkey that it calls itself? Because Turkey is like the like anglicized like name for it. Hold on. How do you not the language? No, not the language. How do you say that? Pronunciation. That is not what I want. That just comes up with pronounce. Okay, hold on. Hold on. That doesn't feel right. This is American pronunciation. How do I change you? Okay, here, we'll do the video. A turkey sandwich. Niger. Turkey. Turkey. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try to remember that. I'm probably gonna forget because like all the time. Hold on, I'm sorry. Hold on. I opened one of the tabs and now I gotta go share a meme. God damn it. God damn it. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I saw an Uma Musume meme. I've been obsessed with this fucking horse game, chat. I have a problem. I have a problem, apparently. All right, back to the desk. Back to the desk, and we can get the music back. Oh, that's loud in my ears. That's loud in my ears. Turkey, eh? Yeah, I've been enjoying it. I finally finished or beat the finale with vodka. My baby. My baby. Vodka and Major Orion are my 2 favorites. Oh. Oh. I love seeing the like surge of hype for this whole fucking demographic of games. Andy Manatee, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Horse gambling. Horse gambling. Listen, chat, if you wanted to, I used to bet. Oh. Okay, well, I'll wait for the parade to finish before I say what I was going to say. Haunts! Yeah, haunts. Ooh. Double S plus speed? What the fuck? What the fuck? It's also fucking, what was it? Urara? the pink-haired one who's like one of the only fucking dirt racers the entire game. She makes me so happy and so sad at the same time. I love her. Haru Rara, yeah. I fucking love her. I fucking love her, dude. She's a sweet little baby, and god damn it, I'm gonna take her to the top. I'm gonna fucking take her to the top. I swear to God. Gold Ship drop kicking you? That's because Gold Ship's actual horse was a piece of shit. What I think is even funnier too, I actually looked in, I saw some of the history of Gold Ship as a horse. And Gold Ship was notoriously a bad racehorse in the case that Gold Ship never loses. There are only races that Gold Ship does not show up for. When Gold Ship cared, Gold Ship just fucking knocked that shit out, dude. It was seeing the fucking races that Gold Ship won is insane. Just taking it from the back of the pack all the way to the front. Just absolutely fucking nailing it. I need to find the there's also the old footage of Gold Ship going to, I think it was the London Cup or the Queen Victoria Cup or something like that, where he was, because the horse is male, was taken over. And typically racehorses are afraid of crowds because they're usually super noisy and stuff. But there's a scene where for some reason Gold Ship, he stops in front of the crowd and just stares at them. He just stares at them. And it's referenced in the anime of the scene with Gold Ship just stops in front of the crowd and is wearing the aviators. The funny thing too is that scene is also a reference wearing the aviators where she pauses and stops in the anime and basically just looks like Michael Jackson taking to the stage. If you know the scene I'm talking about, it's hilarious. Yes, the Michael Jackson entrance, because I don't know if this was the same race. It may be a different race. I can't remember for sure off the top of my head. There is a notorious race where Gold Ship didn't want to go into the stock at the start of the race, and he would only approach it backwards. They had to bring him to the stock walking backwards and then try to turn him around, and he still didn't want to go in. I'm trying to remember the incident. What was it? Is it the 12 billion yen incident? Or the 12 billion yen loss where they like shipped Gold Ship to an international race and he basically refused to race? Bratty horses are so funny. The thing is they like treated him so well. Typically when it comes to bratty horses that are incapable of racing properly, is they just stop racing them and they're done. And that's it. That's the end of their line. They maybe get like 1 or 2 attempts at racing, and then that's it. The thing is, though, is they ran Gold Ship, I think it was something like 19 times. He got aggressive with the next horse over. That would be Majoro McQueen. Majoro McQueen. I'm pretty sure was the horse that Gold Ship hated. Let me double check. I think I'm wrong on that. I'm almost certain I'm wrong. So hold on. Let me find it. No, it was McQueen. I think. No, that can't be right. There has to be another one. Where is it? Where's the reference? The incident's called 12.1 billion rear, since fans betted a total amount of 12.1 billion yen on Gold Ship winning the race, which of course all went to waste. Tosin Jordan, that's it. Tosin Jordan. Yeah, Majoro is the grandpa. Majoro McQueen is Gold Ship's grandpa, which is very funny. Very, very funny. Which I do actually believe there are children of Gold Ship that are actually currently racing in many of Japan's horse races. But Scurries into the office, set something on fire, teleports away. You fucking bitch! Yeah, Gold Ship was always trying to kick Tosin Jordan because he hated him. He didn't like Jordan allegedly because he behaved like a boss in the Rito Training Center. I do remember hearing a quote. This was from the oh, what was it? Oh, I'm brain farting. What was the I lost my train of thought. It just disappeared. Poof, gone. Gold ship. Fuck, why can't it fucking just evaporated from my brain mid-sentence. I saw clips of getting stuff in its eyes constantly. Maybe, let me see. I want to see if I can find gold ship win. I want to show y'all. Hold on. No, that isn't. Is that the right one? I think that actually is the right one. This is the right one. Okay. We're gonna skip ahead a little bit. We're gonna pause it here, and then let me get the screen back. Chat, are you ready to see the fun of fucking horse racing? All right, let me get. Cease the music. Skip song too. There we go. And then I'm actually going to change the audio setting really quick so that we can. So, oh, I remember what I was going to say. This was back before somebody hit the redeem thing doohickey. I used to bet on horse races, not with my own money. I would help my dad bet on horse races. He was a pilot and he would go to like the Kentucky Derby and shit, and he wanted to bet every time. But the man hated stats. He hated doing math. He hated doing anything that made him honestly kind of use his brain besides flying. So I would look up all the stats and stuff for him for the like couple years I was a teenager and still actually got along with him. And one year I won him over $2,000 on a bet, and he refused to give me the money. He refused to give me any portion of it. And I was like, you motherfucker, fuck you. You're not getting any of my bets anymore. With the flattery. No, I'm not anywhere near it. I am way too north for it. Yes, this is totally Uma Musume.
Starts to take off. The back straight, they got 1,200 meters.
Oh, just in case y'all can't see it really quick. There's only a single white horse in this entire race, and you can see him up here in like third or fourth from last. That's Gold Ship. This is Gold Ship up there in third to last.
Run in his 3,200 meter trip, and Courier Kaiser still shows the way from Karen Morotic and Suzuka Devious side.
But this
by
is the
side.
English version of the Tenno show.
Lovely Day has been in a good position all the way.
Not even a token. $50. Damn. Nope. Nope.
Sounds of Earth.
And here he comes. Look at him go. Look at him. He just realized he's in a race. He's decided to show up. This is what happens when Gold Ship actually decides to run. It's not even over. It's not even over.
Then back to Last Impact, which has lost ground.
Give it a second. Give it a wait till the fucking announcers realize Gold Ship has decided to show up for the race.
It's still Courier Kaiser, 2 lengths.
Oh my God.
Karen Morotic. Suzuka Devious dug into the ribs. Now Gold Ship still wide, traveling on 4 wide outside Lovely Day.
Oh, maybe this isn't the one I remember, because there was one where it's...
Sounds of Earth looks to be struggling as they come to the corner.
Okay, I think this is. I think this actually is the one.
Out, and now Kizuna peels out wide as well.
Let's see. Let's see. No, I don't think this is the one of the races that I saw. Here he comes. Look at him go.
On his Sounds of Earth, wider out Kizuna in between runners. Fame Game. It's still Karen Morotic. Gold Ship getting to it though. Karen Morotic. Gold Ship. Gold Ship goes to the front. Late Last Impact.
Gold Ship goes to the front. Let's go.
Gold Ship wins, and out wide was Fame Game. Tight for second between.
Listen, I like horse races, okay? Horse races are really fun. Now, at one point he was using the crop, but the thing that one is the jockey that typically rode Gold Ship actually said he hates using the crop because if he uses it, it's less likely Gold Ship will try. He will give up. If he gets mad at you, he will basically just ride it out in the back. Man, this looks like Ume Musume, but IRL. Fucking dork. You fucking dork. All right. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna look at any more of the Gold Ship races. That's fine. That's fine. And then let me change the audio settings back before I forget. Okay. back to our goodness, back to our desk. We also have 30. Actually, we're gonna need that back. We are gonna need that back because we have an ad break in like 25 seconds. And I need to get, I can't believe that first hour's already over. We basically just talked about fucking nothing, dude. Fucking nothing. All right. Gold ship goofy faces? Oh my god, no. We're not gonna do the gold ship goofy faces, what is it? Compilation, that's the word. That's the word. All right. Everyone close to the real horse gold ship would say he's extremely intelligent and understood human language, so everything he did was because he knew it would be funny or piss people off. Amazing. That's the usual 1 hour yap minimum. Thing is, we could do more, but I also want to get into more crime scene cleaner because I've really been enjoying it. Oh, here, let me do this. There we go. There we go. Spot on. I agree. I agree. Oh, hold on. I need to find the I need this scene. There it is. Goldship is such a funny fucking character. I'm sorry. It's the scenes that I've seen just from Goldship alone almost make me want to watch the Uma Musume anime. I shouldn't though, right? I shouldn't though, right? Right? Not the... Wait, what is this? Oh, I can't even fucking read that. Am I gonna have to make like a fucking like PNG redeem of the scene of just Goldship has stopped in front of the audience? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I'd have to find the whole scene and green screen it out. Marin Gohans. Actually, if you find me on Uma Musume, it's horse go round. Please and thank you. I wish I was joking. I wish I was fucking joking. This idiot horse has thrown the URA finale twice now. She's so real for that. New Marin Sona. Oh god, is somebody gonna have to draw me as a horse girl? Is that what this is good? Coco. I don't know if y'all heard that. I completely forgot, but Coco has been under my bed this whole time, and I just heard her sneeze. She just sneezed for some reason. All right, we'll do one more. We'll do one more level. One more. Because I'm kind of scrolling the section that says the URA finale is trending, and I just want to see more memes. I just want to see more Uma Musume memes. Because they're funny. God damn. Okay. Okay, these are all people just showing off their wins with the finale. I need more. Also, I don't know if anybody saw this trend like a long time ago, but it was, I'm trying to remember exactly. It was people drawing the like Uma Musume horses, but they were horse-sized. Does anybody remember that? Does anybody remember the art of when people were doing that? No? Okay, Das remembers, Ordained doesn't. Have an animal version of you in a show. What kind of animal would you choose for yourself? Hmm. Hmm. The giant gold ship. The one that I've seen was Bourbon, I'm pretty sure. Let me see. Let me see if I can find. Oh, here's one with Special Week and Gold Ship. Oh, there's two. Okay, I'm gonna just start saving these. And then I'll probably post them as a web fucking P. Motherfucker. Fine. 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 So be it. Also, yeah, fucking horse-sized gold ship is hilarious because she's like twice as tall. She's twice as tall as a normal human. Which, I don't remember for sure, but I think Gold Ship is technically, like, the tallest of all of the Uma Musume girls. I don't remember that for sure. I think she is. I think she is. I'm almost pretty sure. Y'all lost at level 2! Who are you people? Who are you people? That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right, let's put this away. We'll go to full chat. And then we'll just saunter on over. Yeah. All right. Chat, we're going out, which means we have to put on our jacket. Where's my jacket? Excellent. All right. To read the trader's notes? Yeah, that's one of the ones that I found. I was trying to see if there was others, but most of these things, when I like image search, they're just like the PNGs of the in-game characters. I wish more people liked Ryan and vodka with me. Nobody likes Ryan and vodka. I like Ryan. But I was trying to find... Oh, here it is. Muscular gold ship. Oh, good lord. Yeah, I'll save that one. Fuck it. I'll add that to the list. Okay, I got 3 pictures to post later. How dare you!
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't fret over every egg.
Wait a second. Hold on. I had another tab open really quick that was... For some reason, Japan and South Korea is trending. Oh. Oh, Trump is announcing a 25% tariff on all goods from Japan and South Korea. Okay. Fucking stupid. Here we go. Weave's gonna march on DC? Yeah, apparently. Reciprocal tariffs? Aw. Takes effect August 1st. Insanity, dude. In fucking sanity. Wait. Okay, that's it. That's all this entire section is on, it looks like. But... I'm sorry, I found another fucking meme. Oh no. Hold on. I wanted to see what the like trends were in. Wait, no one's done. I can't believe I have not seen a meme where somebody has done the gets kicked in the face by Gold Ship, wakes up on the wagon in Skyrim. Quick, somebody get on that. Somebody get on that. Imagine Cheeto being run by a bunch of weebs Naruto running. Oh no, it's gonna be the Storm Area 51 all over again, isn't it? When you find Uma Musume side by side with real horse racing at a sports department store, that's so fucking funny, dude. That's so fucking funny. Also, chat, do we need to are we going to need to start doing horse racing days? Whenever we find what was it? When we find like big horse races that come up, are we gonna have to start watching them? Oh. Just trying to see if I could find. Oh, people making a joke about Bakunshin Zero being as fast as the Flash. Will there be Gamba? Ooh, we could Gamba. We could Gamba, maybe. Depending on what time it is, we may be able to do it on stream. Because, like, they're usually not very long, if that makes sense. Channel Point Gamba? Yeah, it would be Channel Point Gamba. But I don't think we'd be able to, like, bet on, like, all the horses. Hi, Coco. Hi, Stinky. What are you doing? Hi. She just came up and licked the back of my leg for some reason. We could do a Channel Point dump horse race. It'd be fun to gamble points on, but how many options can you have with, like, predictions? Sunstar, you would know this. I think it's only 4. Wheel of Punishment. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. All right. Spin, spin, spin. Tells us to sin. We will win. Lick mine. She does that. Especially when I come back. Goodness, when I come back. That is going to be 50 squats. Fuck. Fuck. All right. All right, hold on. I'm going to get Coco out of the room really quick, and then we will do the 50 squats. All right, Stinky. Go get him. Go get him. Gotcha. All right. Okay, Toki. Will Coco be going to Norway? No, she is staying with the family here. That is the current plan. She also doesn't get along super well with, like, other dogs. And I don't want to risk hurting Sai's floor puff. Get swole? Yeah. Or does no one really care for horse racing? I care for horse racing. Would you get DMCA'd for restreaming the race? Honestly, don't know. I wouldn't doubt if they're, like, streamed on, like, YouTube or something. We could try looking it up. Where to watch horse racing. TVG.com. Watch online for free. Powered by FanDuel. Gross. Please log in to view live streaming. I don't think I want to support FanDuel. Peacock. Here. Let's go to YouTube really quick and see what happens if I do live horse racing today. Streamed 19 hours ago. This is the New York Racing Association. There's one live, all horse racing all the time. Doesn't look like they have an act. They're live right now, but it's kind of stuck. Live Parks horse racing picks. There's somebody live just playing Uma Musume. I think that's the downside right now of, like, trying to watch sports, or at least, like, sports like horse racing that at its core is also, like, highly betted on. Trainer, I got you a Valentine's Day gift. Oh boy, what is it? A pipe bomb. Haunts Faye? Haunts? All right, hold on. I gotta do 50. Oh my God. Horse that gives you multiple concussions. Okay, hold on. We gotta do the fucking. I agree. Her fucking face. Pipe bomb. All right, I gotta do 50 squats. So give me a second, and then we'll get over to doing crime scene cleaner. Okay. All right, let's fucking break our fucking legs with this. Proper posture, kids. That's important. I think my feet are too far apart. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I was gonna keep going, but then I read proper posture is prone and unmoving. Oh my God, it's disgusting that gambling on college sports is legal since most of the athletes are not even 21 years old. That also doesn't mention how much money college sports bring in. And then those student athletes are still forced to essentially bust their ass for fucking nothing. It's insanity how much money goes into like, there's even some cases where like companies will sponsor teams and or even specific members. And it's not the student that gets the money, it's the college. It's fucking stupid. And for the past several years, they've been trying to legislate that if they are that like college students are allowed to get personal sponsorships as well as be paid for their work, as opposed to being like, oh, but they get scholarships. Yeah, but that goes straight into their education and they have no spending money. All right. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it was like a year or two ago they actually like passed it, but is it state or is it federal? Was it federal or was it, what was it? Was that NCAA? Wasn't that basketball only? I think that was basketball only. All right. All college sports? Okay. Okay, that's fairly new then. That's a good thing. But I do remember the fucking shitheads that tried to like argue against it. Also, my chat just suddenly started loading for some reason. My internet better not be dying. Okay, we're good. Chat's back. Okay. Whew, okay, still gotta do 30 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay. Fucking Christ. Okay. Whew. Ugh. All right. Some quarterbacks are now getting million-dollar deals to go to certain colleges. Yeah. Yeah. That kind of makes sense. Hold on a second. Aww. Wait, that's so fucking cute. Somebody made a comic that is here. I want to share. I want y'all to share in the joy of this little bitty comic because it's kind of cute. It's kind of cute. Hi, words. Okay. Oh, no, that's display capture. I don't want display capture. Bah. Okay. It's I believe it's Japan and Taiwan server players, all of their cumulative sashes and wins, because they're technically years ahead of the American servers. Who's that? It like cuts. It's the fucking. I finally cleared the URA. English server English server players having so much fun. Also, if y'all can't tell, that's the same character. I don't know this particular horse's name. Somebody says Tayo over here. Oh, is this the Emperor? Is this Tayo the Emperor? I think she's actually one of the 3 stars I have. I'm pretty sure she is. I'm pretty sure she is. Is a funny name for a race? True. But I'm curious if that's... I think this is trying to portray that she's running into that. Like that's what the English play. That's what the players that are playing it now are going to be running into, which is very interesting. I don't know for sure, but I think that's what it's implying. Breeder cup sort of thing. Oh, ooh. Okay. Full chat. Go back to work tomorrow after a week and a half off. I don't want to. Do you think if I kick and scream long enough, I won't have to go? I don't know, but that sounds like throwing a proper tantrum. Goodness. All right. Crime scene. Need to change the category. Crime scene cleaner. Boom. Okay. We will swing over here. Gaming time. Get the game up and running. And I promise I'm totally gonna keep fawning over Umamusume because the fucking art coming out with like all of the like non like Japanese players and artists and stuff getting a hold of it is so fucking cute. Although I do kind of like the like psycho art. Like there's some people making like, hey yo, flexing gold ship, save. I like all the art too of people drawing gold ship just ripped as fuck. Now that's an, oh, I'm glad I did not leave this open to scroll. That is a naked horse girl. Huh. Oh wait, Stay Gold isn't even in the game yet. Okay. Where is the game? Game? Where are you? Oh! Oh no! What the fuck? Who drew a Nazi horse? I can't even show you that, chat. There's too much boobage. Somebody drew one of the horse girls in Nazi regalia and wearing a Nazi flag bikini. I blame Stone Toss. That's not a bad bet. That is probably a pretty safe bet. Jesus. Just looking, just, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Anyway. Okay. That's enough looking at that. Okay. Mouse? They've taken my mouse. They've taken my mouse hostage. What am I going to do with myself? Cleaning. Crime cleaner. And then cease the music. And then, if I remember correctly, we had not picked up the next mission. I'm pretty sure. Oh, okay. It rewound us. It rewound us a little bit. Why does the game sound so quiet? Oh, it just says go to the car. Okay, so I guess weirdly, oh wait, there's another pizza. Oh wait, I can't eat this slice. Why can't I eat this slice? Tomato soup, carnaroli rice. Oh my God, it's beefy. Beefy. Best. Best for the best boy. Corn, sugar, flour. Wait, that's two of those are salt? Who buys 2 whole 1 pound bags of salt? Of course, they're anarchists, not fascists. True. Buddy.
Are you hungry, Dexter? Do you like pizza?
Aw. Oh. That bark was loud. Hello. Excuse me. Wait a second. Let me in. Bathroom. Hello. I half expect expect like surprises to like appear in my house or something. So, oh, what was that sound? Round meal for available ingredients. Listen, if I made round meal, it'd probably be pizza based instead of like mac and cheese based. Speaking of pizza, did that say 11 bodies? I'm pretty sure that said 11 bodies and a size 3 location.
Long night.
Yeah. All right, hold on. I need a drink of water.
What a massacre. Here I thought that I'd finally gotten used to this job. I couldn't be proved any more wrong. It made me realize that there's no escaping Big Jim.
A Mario Gang Pizza War? No, this was 1v11. This was a 1v11 situation. Oh, wait, what did I just grab? Hello? So for anybody who wasn't here last time or just doesn't remember. Oh, hi. Cool.
We had a busy night, so expect to deal with 11 bodies.
Okay, understood.
Oh, and one more thing. Some old hag started yelling at us from the window, so we stopped her mouth with some bullets. Like that body as well.
Sure thing.
Oh, hi, guys.
All right, let's get to work. Locked tight. Looks like I'll need to find a key.
Oh, my God. Jesus. Okay. Oh, what are you?
Another proof that more people should start reading.
Hey, Mr. Cook, I know you have zero respect for anyone who's not God or Gordon Ramsay, but you should listen when I tell you to take the goddamn key to the cold room. Do you want to get stuck in there like that guy in The Shining? Attention losers, the goddamn elevator in the hotel is busted again. Now we gotta haul our asses down this freaking long ladder. If any of you idiots don't remember this yet, keys to the hatch are in the kitchen.
I wonder what kind of secret ingredients do they keep in the basement.
It's in here. Doesn't feel like a kitchen. This feels more like a prep room. Here we go. Okay, let's do... That's not what I want. There we go. Okay. Kobe. All right, Sean, you know what we got to do. We got to punch tables. Break, damn you. Fuck. Okay. God, can I turn off the Italian music? Also, is this the...
I can't open it from this side.
Yeah, I think that's the old lady that was yelling at them, so... Oh, shit. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Pardon me. Okay. Let's go, boss. I swear when we pick them up, they just T-pose. I swear they do. Hey, Kobe. I think this is going great. Awesome. Okay, where was that? Okay, that's in a separate room. Excuse me, pardon me. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Okay, do this. Clean you. All right. Excuse me, pardon me. Gotta get rid of the splatter first. A word is faster than a stone. No matter how fast I run, robots will replace you. Jesus. Just kind of... Oh, that's piss and shit.
Back to the roots with good old toilet cleaning.
Sorry, bud. Excuse me. Just... yeah, that's stuff. Okay. No, I was trying to pick you up. Come here.
Vincent, is that you?
Vincent? Hmm? Would I know a Vincent? That car's running. Gabby. I'm sure that's fine. I know that's not fine. In the fucking cab. Oh my god! Okay, maybe having this closed is not as useful as I would like it because they just always get fucking stuck in it. Okay. Oh, I can't get rid of that ice. Hmm.
Tray so clean you can eat off of it.
Kind of bad timing because now I need to get this. Excuse me, pardon me. Okay, well at least that didn't seem to function like one of the like... Sir, please come with me.
Unbelievable what people can do in the heat.
Oh, there's the cold room key. Okay. I still don't like the fact that sedan right there is running. If that thing leaves at any point, extra iron, blood-soaked tray that my pizza will arrive on, it's fine. It's fine. Plus, you need iron. Everybody needs a little bit of iron. Okay. Clean her up. Oh, Jesus. You know, I probably should finish the bathroom first. Let's also get all of these bullets that we can.
Bullet after bullet after bullet.
Okay. Ah, shit. Sponge. Okay. Clean you. Clean the sponge that I just slightly dirtied. Replace. Special iron meat pizzas. That's earlier today when I was on, here, come here. What was the... Yeah, that's fine. When I was on Pinterest while I was at the gym for Sits and Giggles. I think Pinterest is slowly starting to understand me. I got an advertisement for pickle pizza. It was technically from like a pickle company. Oh, there we go. Now, where does this chair go? Right here for now. That's fine. Excuse me, I'd like to at least get a clean-ish path here for me to get around. Okay.
It won't move like this.
Because this chair's in the way? That technically did not count as, Okay. All right. You're coming with me, buddy. Really wasting free pizza? I'm not eating floor pizza, okay? I may be a monster, but I'm not degenerate enough to consider eating floor pizza. I do wonder where we're putting these bodies, I'm not gonna lie. After we, like, leave these locations. I have several questions. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. We'll do this first. And then we'll do sponges. I'm pretty sure this is modeled after, like, a Nepalese pizza. Hi, Yara. How are you doing? Okay. Clean all the things. Oh, wait, there's another tray here. Come here. Okay. Is that, okay, that's not stuff I need to clean. You can go there. Okay, how are you doing the VR? Floor pizza is best pizza? No, free pizza is best pizza. Floor pizza is not something that you should degrade yourself to. Excuse me while I just... Okay. Okay. Give me the frying pan.
Any better. I think some tomato sauce had got stuck on this pan.
Oh my. Oh, I can't eat it. I can only pick it up. Upset. Upset. Okay, yeah. All of these are dirty. Yeah, we'll clean this stuff first. And then let's take you. Oh. Excuse me, pardon me. Floor pizza is always free? Okay, okay, you know what? That is a fair point. That is a very fair point. Also, okay, no, I'm not maxed out on the things that I could carry. I still need to... Break, damn you! Okay. It just takes a lot of punching unless I decide to get the axe. So that's good to know. Excuse me while I just go back to... I'm glad I'm strong like ox. Okay. Oh shit. Get in there. Hiya! Hiya! Oh my god.
No use fixing. Better to throw it away.
Yeah. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, darn it. I couldn't get that last little splinter. Yabby. Nice. God, this truck is gonna be fucking loaded. All right, back to punching. Break, damn you! Break, damn you! Squats! Oh, man. Again. Okay. Get rid of these. Ah, shit. I was about to say, that definitely just broke. Okay. Excuse me while we just... Yeah. 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 Okay. Okay. I kind of miss having to cart, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Back to punching. Become table puncher. Okay. Could I put these all into a... Actually, didn't I get the upgrade that I can carry multiple bags at once? Shit, I could have just been doing that this whole time.
There was no need for so many tables anyway.
Missed some. Okay, then. Is that pizza on the wall? I just realized. Can I... Sorry, Ara, no wall pizza for you today. Okay. Spider? What do you mean, spider? You asking me if I'm spider? No, I'm not a spider. At least I still have my floor pizza. That's true. That is true. All right, enjoy your floor pizza. Okay. Get in there. As opposed to next to tell me we can't even eat pizza off the ceiling. Are you eating pizza off the ceiling? Are you admitting something to me? Sometimes it's very funny to me whenever some of the items just get like auto cleaned while I'm trying to clean other shit. Okay. Oh, there's that last tray. Okay, give me your phone.
With an alliance without Mike, I guess they didn't learn their lesson.
This time I'm not lying. Mr. G there yet? No, but he's coming. Interesting. All right. We can take you.
Be disbanded after the spa incident, but I guess they're still trying to get their revenge.
Oh, I can't pick it up while I'm carrying him. I'm not that strong, apparently. Kobe. Sorry, bud. I forgot what his name... Oh, shit. Yeah, we're gonna need a tarp for this one. Okay. That instantly get too dirty. Fuck it. You. Oh my god, turn. Oh, you're not even clean. Here we go. And then you are the last one here. Okay. Get you there real quick. Come here, pizza slice. Okay. Oof. Ah, shit. Okay. Just turn corners really sharp to lighten. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. Go ahead and go put this in the truck. I think we're gonna do the cold room last. Hello.
So, what secrets do you hide?
Spade heart. Oh, hello. I was gonna say, we haven't found a lot of money.
Real mobsters? That's the opposite of ironic.
Mr. Gaddy, not Mr. Gaddy. Who remembers Gaddy's pizza? Sip, sip. Figure out it's probably the eyes. It probably is the eyes. That is true. And I'm not gonna lie, I've been pitching the idea to some friends that maybe like as the monstery shit goes on, it becomes more and more spidery. Who knows? Who knows? Much more important than our regular customers to speak only when spoken to and do not even come near their table unless you're called. Please, for the love of God, try not to fuck this up tonight. Nice. All right, bud. We'll pick you up first. Also, I think I just saw something on the receipt printer in there. Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought it was about to tell me that like your car's full. I was like, oh no. Uh-oh. Excuse me, just. Ah, shit.
After all this action.
Not gonna lie though, the sounds were kind of satisfying. Listen, I may not have had a power washer at most of my food service jobs, but I'm not gonna lie, we may have used a hose. Like a garden hose. Most of the time to clean the floors and shit. And sometimes surfaces. Alright, that's out of water. Come here. We'll refill you later if we need you again. Yeah, I'm sure just cleaning the fucking... Oh, god damn it. Just cleaning the fucking blood off that pizza dough is totally fine. I'm sure. Oh. Okay. Okay, that receipt paper actually isn't readable. Bloody handprint, please and thank you. I gotta wait on the cooldown. Oh, wait. You. Okay. Wait a second. Okay, no, that's right. Never mind. It looked weird. It looked weird. That's my bad. Ba, 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 ba.
Sometimes
Oh, that was money. I couldn't tell what it was when it was lit up like that. Okay. Thank you. Go drop you in here, and then we'll go clean the office after this. Refill the water just because. Oh, I should have fucking cleaned my shit out. Darn it. Clean everything. Refill it. And then that's not it. That's also not it. I wanted to. What is the fucking button for? There it is. Soap. Strength. I forgot we have 3 separate ones. I honestly should probably be using these every time I fill up the bucket. I'm not gonna lie. Ah, there's a door there. Also a door back there. All right, come here.
Jesus, is that some ladder to hell?
Okay, we'll do that later. All right, give me the good suds. Okay. Okay. Evidence. Oh, good lord.
Boss, Big Jim knows all
We're
about
fucked,
the deal.
boss!
Knows all about the deal. Run!
Answering this one would save many lives.
Yeah, probably. Excuse me. Prosciutto core? What the fuck is prosciutto core? Here to take your money. That's coffee. Wheat cereal? Again? More money. Milk cartons. Oh no. All right. I see. Come here. Yeah. Take that golden pizza too. Okay. Ugh. Ugh. Prosciutto core is busted. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Clean you. Clean you. Take you. Where does... Come back to you in a second, monkey. Ah. There's the globe. I was like, I hadn't seen a globe yet. Oh, that's where the monkey goes. Maybe I do need to get the retractable step ladder. If some of the shit that we're gonna be doing, oh, better make sure we clean that globe. Okay. Oh, fuck. Ooh. Drugs. Drugs. Okay. Hup. Wait. Okay, had to make sure. How the fuck? Oh, good lord. All right. Hold on. Let's save the out. Oh yeah, we gotta set this. Why? Oh right, I forgot these things want you to do like all the drawers and stuff first. All right, we're gonna go do the cold room. Howdy, guys. Excuse me while I just Kobe. Oh, Jesus. Power washer? We do have a power washer technically, but there's a body up there that we have to get.
So they turned it into an interrogation.
Hammer. Wow.
So now that you had time to think, are you finally in a mood to talk?
Oh, was that it?
Drop dead of
Oh, there it is.
Why do I always fuck things up?
He really deserves a cold shoulder for a fuck up like that.
Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't seem a lot of evidence, but not much of anything else. All right, let's go, buddy. Yep. Ah, son of a bitch. I'll never make this easy, do you? Gotta just kind of angle it up a little bit. There we go. Perfect. I wonder, is this the, does anybody know, is this the one that has like the most bodies? Hey, I see you. Give me that. Hell yeah. Hmm. Anybody recognize this? All right. Here, we'll just go ahead and clean our shit. Then I guess we're gonna go out back. Actually, no, wait. We're going downstairs. All right, what hellscape are we gonna find down here, Chant? My money stash? That's not your money stash. That was cocaine.
That's where they were making the real dough.
Ooh.
Out of your mind? Trying to play Russian roulette with a Makarov? It's not Russian, it's an Italian roulette. It's not
He's wasted.
Shut you soft. Then I'll start.
Good thing someone has already cleaned up after this idiot.
Hello.
Next, to Marty.
Guess who got rich buying Godfather collectibles right away? Just kidding. Be a man, keep gambling. But I don't want to lose. Listen, most millionaires aren't just born. They come from risk. Dang it, you're right. Fuck you, Marty. Hold on, what's the time? 2034. What is that, 40 minutes later? Hilarious. Hilarious. Okay. Ibiza. Where does that elevator go?
Fuck me.
Okay. Okay.
Easy peasy.
Pineapple! Pineapple! I like pineapple. I knew they were keeping the good shit somewhere. Up. I knew they were keeping the good shit somewhere. Hilarious. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's... Oh, wait. Gimme. Money, money. Money! What is that? A flag of some kind? Okay, that's probably one of the secrets. There were pineapple. There were, in fact, pineapple. I like pineapple, okay? All right, we're gonna take this out back. We'll get it all cleaned up. And then, what was it? Is it 8? It's not 8. I want, there we go, strength. Canned pineapple, though, that's usually what people put on pizza because fresh pineapple is a little more expensive.
When I came back home, everything was already in ruins. Those bastards demolished the entire state. And then all I could save was that little plant. One only little plant.
Wait, what is?
Sounds weirdly familiar.
Another hand has touched the beacon. Y'all saw that, right? Y'all saw what I just picked up, right? That was the fucking beacon. Okay, I thought this was gonna be the way in. Don't forget to water plants and yourself. Chat, water yourself. Excuse me. It's already been fucking... Are you serious? Damn, that was a fast fucking hour, dude. All right. I'm not going to go anywhere. I kind of want to keep playing, but we'll wait. We'll play the waiting game. I'll be patient. I'll be a good streamer. I promise to be a good streamer. Oh, good Lord. Okay. And totally not go back to looking at Uma Musume memes. Steals the cans of pineapple. My pineapple! No, not my pineapple. That's so loud. That's so loud. Oh my God, that's so loud. Melsa, thank you for buying a season pass. Enjoy an ad-free experience, because fuck them ads. Okay. I need the words. I totally understand, Melsa. I totally understand. Every little bit also helps the stream. Royd. Oh no. Crowd. Oh, I just realized they actually shrank level 1s back down. They're no longer made out of like just an obscene amount of fucking words. Oh. A person who works hard could never beat a person who enjoys themselves. I love that meme that people keep fucking, that manga page from Baki that people keep posting Ura over. Urara. Urara. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That just came to mind for some reason. The fuck is a cowbird? You don't know what a cowbird is? A cowbird is a cowbird. It's a bird that usually kind of likes to land on cows and eat the bugs that kind of fly around them. They're usually kind of like white and sometimes stork-like. Or at least those are the ones that I grew up understanding as cowbirds. Okay, other cowbirds look more like seed eaters. They look like little finches. All right. We only got 30 seconds, so we're gonna just go ahead and put that away. How should I know you're shaking me? Shake them harder! Oh my God, it's salty. Like. Oh no, it's fucking Sigrid and Bird. You know what's funny when you're scrolling the Uma Musume and you find a fucking friend's art. You're just like, hey, wait a minute. I know that art style. I know that art style. Hold on a second. Okay. Oh, mouse is locked into game. No more music. Shake or Dane into after images. Oh no. Okay, let's take this. I guess we'll go get the. We have you up there, which I'm just kind of gonna assume that maybe there's. Okay. I'm trying. Hold on. Where is... Not that one. That one. Excellent. Makes it a little bit easier. Because then I don't have to rely on the cleaner vision the entire time. Okay, this is definitely way better. Okay, come here. Another phone?
To your dad, Tammy.
No, Tammy! Working right now. Sorry. Please find another job. Mateo's Pizza seems fishy. Some say Mr. Gaddy owns it or owns the owner. Please stay out of it. Not every Italian American is mobbed up. At least be careful. Okay. Me and Mom will come see you in a day or two. Can't wait. No, my heart. No, man. Tammy. Okay. Man, I wish I had cleaner vision. You did listen. You turn on cleaner vision in a lot of people's homes, and you're gonna not want to be there anymore. Okay, come on, Tammy.
Hit her leg. The other went through her neck. Poor girl. This wasn't supposed to happen to her.
Well, if it hit her right in the leg and the neck, I mean, to be fair, she probably drained like an open hose on both ends. So, I mean, at least it didn't take her long to die. I guess. Caveats, positive sides on things.
Another innocent soul ending up in a body bag in my car. Am I the real monster now?
A little bit, yeah. Can't open that. Can't open that. Wait. Let me up. Okay. Crown. What's over there? Oh, there's something I can steal. How do I get up there? Okay. Yep. I feel like I'm missing something. Ah, there we go. Oh, good lord.
A perfect spot for painting and spying on your neighbors.
Okay. Oh, good lord. Okay, these technically don't have anything to do with the cleanup. Oh, I need to go back and get the... Here, come on, Granny. We'll bring the bucket up with us next time. Excuse me, bucket. Sorry, Granny. God damn it.
Damn.
Goodness,
Big
Granny.
and ruthless. Hard to believe I'm on his payroll now.
Yep. Oh, son of a fucking bitch. Tip the bucket 15 times. Amazing. God, son of a bitch. Okay. Open hose. Now that's an image? What do you mean? Careful, careful, careful. Yeah. 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 We're doing this blind, kids. Tire. Pipe. And we just... Where's the window? That's not the window! Fuck. Fuck! God damn it. Get up. Fine. I'll just come back for it when I need it. Eh. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I'm sure that phone ringing is nothing we have to worry about. Totally nothing to worry about. Shut up. Good Lord. Did he like come up here? I feel like because she was in the window, he just like shot her at a distance. But it looks more like he came up here and just absolutely fucking like splattered her on the wall. Hi, Copal. Okay. Oh, shit. Let me back up. No! God damn it! Okay. Oh, hello. Everybody's having pizza. Took a paint knife, smushed her to Ugh. Curse you, paint, and your difficulty. Oh, okay. Dang, that phone really is just gonna ring forever. Oh, and I can't close the window. Oh, what are you? Drugs. Or just, you know, a spare $100 lying around. Oh, son of a fucking bitch.
Bingo.
Family bingo. Mr. Gaddy scolds us, collecting debts to Sarah Perche D'Amore. Elio smuggles cheap Prosecco. Oh no. Changing the rules to spice things up. Another Gio's rescue operation. Take over a... something in suits? Party? Well, I'm glad we actually found that because I missed that earlier. Gotta close you. We picked you up earlier. Nothing else in here. I swear there feels like there's supposed to be more in here. But I guess not. We're not going to talk about the ice being on the places where the bodies were because that probably means that it's something specific. Fire alarm. Oh shit. I think if we broke the boards here, we probably could have opened this window and passed shit through it. Yeah. Could have been throwing shit straight out this window. Anyway. Macaroons. I'm just double checking things. Just gnarly things. Wait, what was that? Oh, what a mess. Okay. I thought that was something sitting on top of the toilet for a second. Excuse me, boys. We're just gonna go on our happy little way. All right, how loaded is our truck? Wait. Oh no, we're missing blood! Where's the blood? That's not what I need. That's not what I need. Where are you? Ah. Yay. pancake. What do you mean Fortnite dance? Enjoy your liquor store. Yes, we're good to go. The worst news, there's a horse out there named Fortnite Dance. There better fucking not be. There better fucking not be. Oh, hell yeah. So good at this. So good at this. Oh, hell yeah. More skill points. Oh, 12. Oh, we missed a secret. Ah. Damn it. Hey, double achievements. Gangster's Paradise. Okay. So we have 13 experience points, but... Do we? I think... Costs 2... Stand, yeah, get that, soap spray attachment, self-cleaning attachment, one-time cleaning of the mop without the need for a bucket, one time. All right, we'll take that, and then we will you. Okay. Hell yeah. What is this one? Careful cleaner. Mop and sponge can no longer leave blood stains. Hell yeah. Excuse me, pardon me. Hello?
Mr. Kowalski, perfect job.
Perfect. Perfect job, chat. You're doing fantastic. I'm so proud of you.
Big Jim likes to breathe.
We're yelling at the concessions worker?
I also put in a good word for you in the underworld. Expect new customers coming.
Let's go. What does it say?
Customers or
Green apple juice. Ooh. How you doing, buddy?
what? You're such a good boy, you don't want to touch that?
He do wants it, though. He do wants it. Exist to be happy, not to impress. True. I impress all on my own. You bother me so much. Okay, just had to double check. I didn't realize those were windows before. Hello? Oh god, not the door right up against the toilet. Okay. Veg. Veg. Uh-oh. Oh no. Another villa?
It's open. Just come in.
Hi, is Mark back home already?
He should be in a few minutes. Do you want something to drink while waiting?
No thanks.
Okay, that was overkill there, champ. Hey, wait, you're taking a drink anyway? She just asked. You could have taken the drink and then killed her. Not the fucking burp.
Mom? What are those noises down there?
Ma'am, that was 8 gunshots. And now you're concerned? Tomato soup. All natural tomato soup. Fuck.
I need your services, man. Son of a bitch was having an affair with my wife. So I just offed him and his entire family.
Oh.
Problem is I didn't really think it through, so you'll need to get rid of the surveillance footage as well.
Fuck.
I'll send you the address over email. I just need to wash this blood off me first.
That doesn't sound good, but duty calls.
Ah, yes. Excellent. Hidey hole. Anyway. Wait a second. Fuck. We're missing some. Da, 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 da. Size 3 again? Damn. Damn, dude. Hello, neighbor. Hope you're not tired of me, Mr. Kowalski, because you know what? Trish and I are moving in together to an apartment close to yours. Maybe now it'll be easier to meet, catch up, and just chat. You should come visit us. How about no? Right now we're just renting, but you see Big Jim seems to like me and pays me very well. Maybe one day me and Trish will be able to buy a house on our own. That'd be fucking amazing. We should already start saving money. We've already started saving money. Can't believe it all's going so well. I feel like it's all gonna go crumbling down. I feel like it's gonna all come... I like the sink. Anyway. Okay. What are you doing in here, bud?
Daddy's working for a mob boss, but you're still a good boy.
Protective queen, no damage. Spiked. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we're going out to the burbs, dude. Out to the rich burbs. Gated communities and shit. Pools. All right, any corpses going to be in the pool? Am I going to have to clean the pool again? I don't want to have to clean the pool again. Oh, fuck, I'm going to have to clean the pool again.
I don't know at which point it started to become mundane, but I do remember that at that time, all I was thinking about was at least it wasn't me who was being put in a bag.
Can I burn the rich house? No, because I have to clean it. All right. Do I have my cart?
Time to look for the bodies.
Oh, I can't even pick it up. Don't like those statues. That is such a weird place for a dumpster.
Holy fuck. What a bloodbath.
Yeah. Shit. Okay. Come here. All right, bucket.
I can't put it back like that.
Wait, I didn't realize that our mop was now a different color. Speed! Speed! Okay. Clean you. Okay. So there's probably a way we got to figure out how to clean, like, or not clean. We got to like empty the pool somehow. I'm sure. And then didn't I get... Oh my god, I do have 2 mops! 2 whole mops! Oh, there's the chair. I gotta snoop because we missed a secret last time. Oh, hello. Incognito mode. What, you having a wank back here? That's definitely having a wank back here. Basketballs. Basketballs. Hello. Hello. Excuse me. Okay. Wait a second. Ah, fuck. It seems to just kind of give me like one of the two. It's kind of random. Oh, shit. Oh,
Yep,
that's
me.
Hey!
You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
I mean, we know how we ended up in this situation. We were broke. Our daughter has like a deadly illness, and we need to pay for the bills, which is like, what was it? Was it $17,000 a day or something? Okay. Do I need to go all the way back to the truck, dude? Okay.
Locked. Maybe the pool boy has a key on him.
I guess I have to come all the way back here. Oh shit. Yeah. Why didn't they give us the cart for this one? Pool boy, pool boy. No. Hey. Cleaning, cleaning, cleaning. Wow. Sloppy. Okay.
One shot in the back, one in the head. He didn't really
There's our man.
There's the
our
key,
man.
too.
There's our boy.
What do you mean? We need their attention. Whose attention? Ding dong, ding dong. My alerts might be borked. What's going on with the alerts? Hi, Tia. Did I miss something? What happened? Who died? What's wrong? What's wrong with you? We got raided. B, I'm sorry. I'm cleaning up bodies. I gotta stay on top of my toes.
thank me.
I'm sorry. I think you dropped. Also, yeah, it was drop the. Yeah, drop's the only follow. I see the hardtack. Wait. Did the record scratch not work? Still locked in. The chat's ignored. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But also, hi, Tia. Well, no, the alerts themselves don't make noises because I want them to be as unobtrusive as possible. Although I kind of regret it a little bit. The thing is, though, is I can't settle on like what sounds I should make them. I'm thinking of like, I wanted to do like maybe like follow would be like as if somebody was buying like a ticket to the carnival. Thank you for doing your season pass, physicist. Holy shit, 30 months. Jesus. Jesus. Okay. Give me that fucking key. A workshop. You think they like tied him to this chair? Okay, let's get this chair out of here. Goes all the way over here. Oh shit. Turn you around. Click. Okay, we need to clean these. Wait, did I hear something break? Oh shit, that's right. Who got drawn? Yeah, my stuff did get drawn by Sugarbug. It's currently on Sugarbug's Patreon, I'm pretty sure, but I did post it in Discord, but that's like the only place I'm posting it. Because Sugarbug put it on her Patreon, and I'd much rather her have be able to give the Patreon benefits to her viewers. Hello. Evidence.
Mr. Castle, can I talk to you for a second? About what? You and Bianca Brenner. What are you trying to... I saw you two last night. Even took some photos. But your wife...
Bianca Brenner?
I just... Shut up. Not here. Let's go inside.
One affair too far, Mark.
Okay. I don't know what that powered on, but it powered on something. Once we're done with this, we'll like refill the pool. I'm nothing if not studious at returning places to the way that they should be. The thing is, though, once we've since we've been upgrading these fucking these tools, the like primary tools that you have, I don't feel like I need to use most of the other tools. Hup. Okay, no, that's too dirty. Y'all heard that, right? Topopo? Get out of here. Go on, get. Oh. Okay. Get rid of the trash. What other trash am I missing? Money. Yeah. Okay, let's get our bin out of here. Put you here. Okay. Trash, 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 trash. Was it up the stairs? Okay, yeah. This man was seeing red if he unloaded this much.
Shot for the first time. Managed to walk a few steps and fell into the water.
Money, money, money.
Taking this home.
Picking it up to clean. We're cleaning. Okay, maybe it was that door that we needed like the power for. Macaroons. Walkman. Classical music collection. Fuck off. Hello. Oh boy. All right, where's our water bucket? So we already got another area. Let's go ahead. Hello.
Good old times. But now I have to deal with Jennifer's body.
Jennifer's body. Oh, good lord.
Clean.
Okay, we'll just do this. Because that is a long way to go. Okay, go over there. Floor time! Clean you up. Okay.
I should clean it first.
Have I not cleaned it all the way? Oh, that's because it's on the other side and I can't get to it. Come here, tiny bullet. This looks like Jennifer, so... Good lord. Wait, I forget. Am I carrying multiple sponges? Have I forgotten if I had multiple sponges for this one? No, I don't. I only have the one. Okay. Clean you. You were technically completely clean. We'll clean you just because we can. Oh, okay. These chairs go around here. Jesus, dude! This puts fucking Dexter to shame. Holy shit! Are you sure you didn't bring extra buckets of blood with you? tech mogul. Mark Castle. Ah, there's our victim. Okay, clean all of you. Oh, shmoney. Don't mind if I do. Okay. This is the police. Put your hands on your butt and exit the building in a jig? What? I'm sorry, chair. Had a pretty good beat there going for a second, not gonna lie. Okay. Let's finish up this rug. All right, lamp, where do you go? Aha. As does this bull. Okay, you know, honestly, I think if you splattered blood on what seems to be like probably an oil painting, it doesn't come out well, I'm pretty sure. You just kind of have to give up on it. Hope all the people who died here were jerks. The guy was cheating, but like...
Cleaning comes before fixing.
What am I missing?
First things first, gotta scrub, scrub, scrub.
Oh, there it is. I was like, I can't see anything. Okay. I'm not sure either if like, because when we picked up that magazine earlier, we reacted like we recognized the girl on it.
Attacked by surprise. Probably had no idea somebody's after her husband. Tried to make that call, but ran out of time.
Yeah. Okay. We gotta clean this. Put you there. Clean on both our mops. Hi, Impy. Anybody learned to keep blood on the inside yet? No, not a chance. Especially because this game is entirely about having blood on the outside. So you kind of gotta take what you can get. That's not it. Strength. Yes, that's what I want. All right, let's go. Let's also do this. Oh, that's not the same chair. Oh, this chair goes over here. Oh, no, shit. Fucking scared me, Jesus. Oh. Where's this bar stool go? Ah, here. Here's the other one.
If you'd ever bought these, maybe you could have saved your family. Yeah, probably not.
Wait, were they slashed? I thought, I mean, he definitely shot people. But, like, little confused on that one. Okay, there we go. This is the sexy police crawling and barking like a dog. What? Okay. Clean you.
Is that the surveillance room?
Hello.
Message didn't age well.
My dearest, I hope to be with you soon. Ooh. Ooh. Car. Another car.
So much for healthy living.
What do I do to improve my life? 1, keep a healthy diet. I should lose at least 15 pounds to feel good in my own body. 2, do workouts at home or in a fitness club at least 4 times a week. Less than a decade back, I was a well-known fitness instructor. God damn it, I was also Miss Teen not so long ago, right? Right! 3, focus on the therapy. It's time to finally heal. Antidepressants alone won't do it. Now I know what. 4, remember that family time is really important. I have 2 great stepkids and an amazing husband. They give me a lot of strength every day. Oh, that was weird. That freaked me out for a second. Something lovers die again. Money. Y'all really do be keeping the fat stacks, apparently just lying around. We're Nashi. Candles? I thought those were like stiletto daggers for a second. Okay. CCTV time? Ah, shit. There we go. There we go. This is fine. I don't think this is supposed to be in America because the dating conventions in this game are not the American style. They do day, month, year. Wait, what is that? A bottle? Interesting. Okay, let's do this real quick. And then we need to put a bunch of the chairs back still. Damn. Okay. Chair time. Come here. Ah, fucking damn it. Fuck. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. I twitch. Okay, you come here too. Ooh, hello.
Multiple gunshot wounds. The attacker clearly went off the deep end. Did he blame her for her husband's misbehavior?
I'll break another wine glass. But where is... Oh, hi. Why were you in the closet? Okay, just had to make sure there wasn't anything up there. Basketball? No. Okay, let's go. Shit. All right. There we go. I was like, I'm trying to pick you up. Why is it not letting me pick you up? Did the chair see? No. I think it's... God, that statue scared me for a second. I think the... what was it? I think it's because there's only like a mom, a dad, and a daughter. God damn it.
It was nice not knowing you.
I thought I had the being able to pick up multiple trash bags. I think I was wrong. Because, Jesus. Forest path. It's your month day? Isn't that backwards? Occasionally I hear the police sirens again. There's distant police sirens and it makes me like, oh no. No. No slacking. I'm working on it. Getting that cardio in, baby. Getting that cardio in. Okay. We still need to go check the basement that the footsteps were leading to. Oh goodness. 7/7/2025. In Asia, it would be 2025 7/7. Oh.
No way through without finding that key first.
Basement. Actually, hold on. Clean. 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 Okay. Hello?
Jesus, that one was tortured. This was not a drill.
Huh?
Handy for breaking bones.
Good lord, dude.
As if one wasn't enough.
Cleans. I see your shit back there. Move. Hello. Oh my god. Oh, $2.
Looks can be that deceiving.
I can't tell what these are supposed to be. They're $2. They're $2 a piece.
Yes. Totally worth it.
Get rid of worthless money in the basement. Achievement unlocked. Okay, I don't know why that wrench was worth $100, but okay.
A lot of stab wounds. Some drill marks. Easy to see it was deeply personal. So that must be Mark. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Mark. Wait. How many references did they cram into this game? Oh, hi, Mark. Microwave magic. 137 microwave dishes for every craving. Rob Banks, and I'm a professional ex-convict, React streamer. Rob Banks, creator of popular crime tube series, professional ex-convict, reacts to ex-convict representation in video games. Okay. In the click this that you got time to think. Well, I and my friends thought about food, not the stories behind it, but the nitty-gritty of making something out of nothing. That's what Microwave Magic is all about. It's a cookbook for those who want to cut to the chase, for the hungry souls with just a microwave and a dream. I don't want to read the rest of this. Chat, you should not be relying on microwave food. It's not good for you. Hi, Widowmaker. How are you doing? I'm carrying corpses of an adulterer. The Go Fuck You Red Buck. Amazing. Amazing. No, there was some other currency. But I think it was marked like 5,000. Yeah. Sorry, bud.
Bye, Mark.
Bye, Mark. Mark Castle, ladies and gents. All right. Before we go upstairs, I'm going to take you. We'll probably find another spigot upstairs, I'm pretty certain. Are you telling me that Hungry Man and Swanson Dinners might not be on the level? Those are definitely not on the level. God damn it. Do the green one. Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. Okay. Oh, excuse me, I have things to seal. Horse. Lion. Book.
Joyful nihilism. Is that what makes this whole ride worthwhile?
Hey, edgelord, just take the edge off. Become a complete guide to becoming a fucking joyful nihilist. Tyler Pitts. Hey, Steve, I hope you're still alive in the chaos. Listen up. I've been banging my head against the wall trying to jazz up the back cover of my book. It's been a real drag, hence this note here. I know you've got that knack for making word stands, so I hope you can pull something out of your hat. Could you sprinkle some of the editor magic on the back cover? It saved me from losing my mind, and once you're done, let's get this damn thing printed already. Can't stand looking at it any longer. Lol, and make sure to send me my cut ASAP after these first sales roll in. Don't look at me like that, Sponge. It's a very weird angle to have the sponge in my hand. He went somewhere else and then walked back. Okay. Oh boy, more bullets. Don't know who this is. Restricted area. Do not open access cover except for servicing. Moving machinery. Christ. Abby. Okay.
Were legit. Dad had an affair and fucked the whole family by accident.
Queen. Kara, you there? Yep. What's up, Mabel? I'm freaking up right now. Said freaking out. Why? Think Dad is having an affair. Overheard him talking to some woman on the phone. Wasn't Mom, I'm sure of it. Don't go crazy, girl. It's probably nothing. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's just tripping for sure. No. All right. Y'all heard that, right? Chat, y'all heard that, right? Excuse me, I'm taking your entire fucking door. Okay, let's honestly, we're just gonna do this side. Where's my bucket? That's fine.
What do we have here? Compulsive gamer.
Oh no, the gaming desk. Oh no. Go over there.
Now.
Okay. Oh man, we're already to the next commercial break. Oh no, I'm kind of scared to see what the fucking... Ooh, hello. Drugs? Under the pillow? Any more drugs? Darn. Good lord. All right, over here.
Yeah, it literally killed him.
Disinformer? Playing games for too long can literally kill you. No crunch and eternal happiness. Interview with Exploitsoft CEO. Retro Junk 1777. Our first impressions, everything simulator. One sim to rule them all. Oh no. Amazing. Fucking goofy. Okay. I think that's bleeding through. I don't think that's actually on like this side. Okay, what are you? Missing. Have you seen this man? Is there one that has it like flipped over? Darn it. Ugh. West Side Farm 2% milk. Why is he drinking so much milk? Remember, kids, gamer chair is the biggest waste of money. I will stand by that until the day I die. I am not taking a Secret Lab sponsor. However, ergonomic office chair companies, call me. Give me that fucking money. Damn, can you imagine being rich enough to just leave $100 bills out on your balcony? That's crazy. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, there it is. Good lord, a steel chair on the laptop chair. You have, wait, huh? Okay. Interesting priority set. Chair that doesn't bring companies? What do you mean? I mean, to be fair, I'll have to get a new office chair once we move. Because I'm not bringing the old one that I've had for so long. Other mop. Oh, they're both filthy. Filthy! One of those gamer chairs said my current office chair one since it was only $100. That's not the worst deal, but even then, I promise you, if you get a like office chair, it'll last far longer than those gaming chairs. Sorry, basketball. Where is this? Spicy potato chips. Wavy potato chips. Tuano energy. Where's this other symbol? Screw it. Milk out of here. Ah, shit, there's another one. Money? Oh, good lord. I didn't realize what I was looking at for a second. Only a rich kid would have a stash that fucking huge. Food and drink in a dresser like that? This dude. I'll give you a hint. Souls gamers. Oh, there it is. There's the fucking symbol. Okay, hold on. Go over here. That's fine. Okay.
Just imagine playing some FPS and ending up with a bullet in your head. That's what I call immersion.
I mean, luckily he wasn't playing an FPS. He was playing God, yeah, I really have to take it all the way to the fucking truck. Do we get the vibe he was a racist? He reminds me of the he looks almost like the same model that was used in Ready or Not for the one the gamer mission. Do y'all remember that one? Anybody who's played Ready or Not?
There you go.
Ah, shit. All right, ad break time already. And I still don't feel like I need to go anywhere, so we'll just bring the music back. And start the words on stream. I wouldn't doubt it. Just started Ready or Not. You're gonna enjoy it. It has very good like world storytelling. I highly recommend paying attention as you play the game. It is a very, very fun game. Well, very, very well done story-based game without hand feeding it to you. Only the whip models T-posed last time? Does that mean no? Well, no, the guy models have been T-posing too for a little bit. Aww. Sorry, I still have the same thing open of the like Uma Musume fan arts that I wanted to scroll through because I want to see if anybody's drawing like my favorite characters. The answer is practically no. Nobody ever draws my horses. Nobody likes Orion like I do. A number of people upset with the devs censoring some nudity in Ready or Not. If somebody's upset over nudity getting censored, then they need to grow the fuck up. Marketing post little. Oh wait, did you post? Were you doing that? Did you redeem one of the things? Or what do you mean marketing post? Which marketing post? Both story. So why do I have so many notifications? Oh Jesus. Oh. Oh my. Okay. God damn it, Tommy. I don't know if Tommy is still here, but I just saw what he fucking sent me. 22 seconds. All right, we're not gonna do another round. About marketers? Oh, what you just said? Let me see. Scroll up. We need to find a celebrity endorsement to put in our bland ergonomic office chair. What have you got, marketing employee? What about this VTuber? She's a horror themed stranger. What? No, why would we do that? Employee, she has very large breasts. Get her on the line. Yeah. Soft and plushy, like me. All right. Rigid and firm and strong, but soft in just the right places. The perfect office chair. All right. Sid's hearts. All right, hold on a second. Okay, we're good. God. It doesn't feel like I've been streaming that long because I'm really enjoying this game. Okay, hold on. Nah, we'll just keep going. You seem clean. Oh, did I clean them before I left? This one I'm pretty sure is done. Okay. Come on, bucket. Doink. Oh, hey! Laundry key. Of course, flush toilet. Okay. You're still pretty good. And we have our other water spigot here. I'm gonna go check and see if this room that's down here is the laundry room. Ah, oh. Oh, this does count as a secret. I guess that's it. I guess it was just some of the extra money. There's more. Please, no, not more. Oh, shit. Okay. Gabby. Axe. Come here.
Key. A hatchet will do.
Gonna say, this is more than just like regular rage. This man went absolutely fucking hog wild. I got a little angry, sir. Sir.
Back where it belongs.
Okay. Don't ask me how just using a sponge shockingly works so well on cleaning blood off of... Okay. Oh, music's still going. That's my bad. Okay. Boat! I missed the boat. Oh, we got another thingamadoohickey over there. Go over there. Go over there. Good lord. Okay. Jesus. Yeah, we're definitely going to try to like max out the sponge next. Actually, maybe we should start getting some upgrades for the bucket. Kind of thinking we need to get some... Oh, shit. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Oh. Necklace. Ooh, I'm glad that I didn't almost accidentally break that vase. Oh no. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate everything about it.
I can do.
Disgusting. Lulu's suicide. Uh-huh. This doesn't look like blood. What is this? Maybe it was just the lighting. Maybe it was...
I need to be careful.
Oh,
He doesn't fall. Fuck.
Yeah, that'll do. I figured that area was going to be important at some point. Okay. Well, That's technically everything upstairs. All right. Well, here, we'll take this all the way to this one. Let that refill. And we'll start working on taking these bags. Oh, well, apparently there's more trash down there that we missed. Fuck. I saw the percentage not being at 100. I want the perfect scores. Let's do some looking around real quick. Just to double check for secrets. Okay. Ground floor. Trash. Is it just the bag? I don't think it's counting the bag. Oh my god, I can hear the thunder outside. Oh, this. That's right. We've missed this wine glass. Okay. Come on. You know, the fact that we're cleaning these things so well kind of makes me wonder how are people like reporting these people going missing? All right. Come here. Yeah, we'll just use this one. Wait. Ah! Oh, there goes that. Okay. Yep, the aliens got that one. What do you mean, aliens? It's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. I meant to do that. Oh, immediately full.
Can't really call it a soft landing.
Oh, gee, what gave it away? And then we're gonna have to break these tables too. Andy. Maybe we do need to pick up the axe at this rate. Oh, you still need to be punched. Damn it. Curse you, tables. All right.
Hard to imagine losing a child like that.
I mean, to be fair, everyone else is also dead. Joey, can you fly? But Joey couldn't fly. Joey died. Ooh. Intoxication of the arnica herbs always means they get to sleep off eggs. Oh. Planned and on purpose. Trust me, she's professionalist. Professional. Take photos in the swimming pool. How do I do that? Okay, we'll do that in a second. Okay, come here. Go there. Go there. That's a broken piece. I'm mostly getting these out of the way so I can, one, punch this table into pieces. Okay. And then we can just sweep it up. All right. Hold on. All right, we got to take all these bags back. Tend to hit up some very fancy ass homes. The thing was, he wasn't technically a criminal. It seems like his wife was having an affair with him. And so he came over and killed everybody here. It's telling me to take photos at the swimming pool, but I feel like that's not a good idea. Can I have a tablet? No, it doesn't look like it. I'm gonna close the doors, kids. Okay. Kelby. Kelby. Darn. I was hoping I was actually going to nail that one. A little bit. Okay. Pictures. I wonder why. But okay. Whatever you say, boss. Thanks, Jesus. Art to interact. Take photos in the basement. Is this proof? Is that what I'm doing? Wait, did we ever... Oh, elephant. Nice. There we go. Okay. Now ground floor? Why now ground floor? Oh. I was like, there's supposed to be a third one. Okay, hold on. I want to walk through here. All tasks completed. Upstairs. All tasks completed. Oh, it's only pickup. I can't interact with it. Doesn't seem like I can open any of these. Okay, I think we're good. Just, there's a loading symbol like behind me that looks like a blood droplet filling up over and over. I ain't got any idea what that means. Okay. Seriously though, where are we taking all of these bodies? Dropped a body off a balcony? I didn't drop it off the balcony. See, I'm perfect, baby. Can't fuck up a day in my life. Hell yeah, dude. What do we get? 18 skill points? 12! What? I'm upset. Bad romance affair with death. Okay. Bucket. Garbage can. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, we'll apply that. 2 detergents, additional bucket, carried. Huh? Oh, this isn't either or. This is bucket capacity I'm fine with. That's fine. That's fine as is. Apply those. And then additional sponge. Yes. Okay. You can use 2 sponges at the same time. Fantastic. All right, that's next. More sponge upgrades. Hey, buddy.
Sorry, Dexter, but it's no time for a walk.
But he's been inside all night. He needs to piss. I swear that wasn't there before. We're taking souvenirs, aren't we? Just says go to bed. We don't get like a late night call or a big congratulations. Also, yes, I'm paranoid. I check every room before we go to bed at night. Cleans up after killers and his dog's name's Dexter. This is very ominous.
Babe, we're almost done. Are you ready?
Tyler's... That's who's been messaging us, isn't it?
Something's wrong. Have you tried turning it on and...
Hi, Big Jim.
Yes, you can try for yourself.
2 cats.
Oh, that's strange. It usually works for me. God, just shut up. Try another one.
This is gonna be okay, right? I'm pretty sure that's Big Jim. I'm pretty sure this is the sound of Big Jim being nice.
Why can't things go right for once?
Maybe not. What are we hammering? A shelf! In the oh. You know you have to put nails into the wall, right? Hi, Dex.
Who's a good boy?
I don't know. That sounded like something else. Like maybe payback? Phone?
Morning, Kowalski. This time I have an easy peasy job for you. You need to clean after that rat, Tyler. One small apartment, just a few bodies. Go to his place, tidy it up, and that's it. That fool and his nomad girlfriend hosted a conspiracy meeting against me.
Nomad?
Now at least I'm done for good with this nomad shit.
Huh?
For fuck's sake, Tyler. You of all people should have known that this guy wouldn't let it pass.
Nomad? What? Oh, okay. Hey, we got our buggy this time. Maybe they've got like a spiffy apartment or something. Oh, I didn't pick up the mission. Duh. Excuse me. I hate you. 5? Why are there 5 bodies? Thinking a lot about the future, kind of crazy, but it all started getting better ever since you saved my ass from that Rob situation. Made a quick 180, lost lots of plans. I even think of creating my own business in the future. Jim might be a little crazy, but he's damn good to his loyal people, and I'm the most loyal, the best gangsta ever. He also speaks highly of you, so I guess we might be kind of on the same page. Just in case, let me know if there's anything I could... Oh, Tyler! You fucked it, Tyler. Come on, dude. Friendly fire. 5 bodies in a one-size area. Uh-oh. 07's for Tyler. No, not Cyberpunk Nomads. I don't think. Because they were capitalizing the word nomad. Maybe we'll find out more when we're cleaning his apartment.
Sometimes I wonder if it all had to end up like this. Tyler was a grown man making his own decisions.
That was a nice shelf. And he didn't attach it to the wall, though.
But was that death truly necessary?
Probably not. Oh. Starts right away. Okay.
At last, here I am, Tyler.
Good fucking lord, dude. Break, damn you. Break more! Fuck it. That has to do, right? No! What do you mean? What is up with this chair? Okay. What do we got here? Dear Mr. Novak. Oh, Novak, not No Man? Regarding your recent application, we've just found a perfect flat for you and your lovely girlfriend. It has a big kitchen, 1 bathroom, 2 rooms, and a balcony, and is located in a quiet residential area with good transport links and shops all around. I'll be glad to give you a tour before the possible signing of a real estate purchase agreement. It's all within discussed budget. Homeline Advisor Group.
You were trying to get your shit together, weren't you, Tyler?
Sorry, kitty paws. Gotta come up. Sorry, Tyler. Also stealing your shit. Okay. Ah, Jesus. Okay. Okay. Oh! Okay, clean this up, clean this up.
Something is blocking the way.
Oh gee, I wonder what that could be. Good Lord, Jim, what did you do? Jesus. Why aren't you getting clean? It's not registering very well. What the hell was that? I don't know what that is. I can't tell what that is. Oh, shit. One little piece and I'm already full. Okay. Up, 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 up. Good Lord, they fucking... He destroyed this place. Jesus, dude. Yeah, these cat prints are not coming out fucking easily. Jesus. Okay. God damn it. Fuck.
They spared no bullet.
Yeah, for fuck's sake. The fuck did he do? Okay, if we find the like pizza stuff again, that's gonna be not pizza stuff, the like flour. I think that's gonna be really fucking funny. Bombay. Okay. I picked the RPG household. Rickefeller. Okay. Jesus, guys, all the fucking wine. All right, let's get this body.
It wasn't the best time for snacks.
Okay. I wonder where you go. Here? It's in that next room.
It won't budge. I have to go around.
Fuck! Okay. Hold on, I still have this, so we can at least try and get a bunch of this stuff cleaned off. Even if all of our mops are currently dirty. I don't care who the IRS sends, I'm not paying my taxes. Okay, but what if they send Big Jim? Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize deeply, I will pay my taxes. I promise to pay my taxes. Wow, this is doing a really good job here. Damn. Also, has anybody ever had a keg this size in their house? Jesus.
Normal party supplies.
Chips, popcorn, butter, frozen pizza. Oh, that's right. That's why they had 5 people. They were throwing a party. Wait. Hummus for Carla. Hell yeah, hummus, dude. Don't doubt hummus. Oh, I think there was one of these chairs elsewhere, wasn't there? Oh, here it is. Oh, you're dirty. Okay. Close you. Close you. That is a big water fountain. Jesus. Okay. Jim is lying. Just decided to kill him. Maybe?
Can't pick up anything with a full bag.
Oh, shit. Did the cats just like run away? Suave. All right. Okay, hold on. Okay. There we go. That's fine. Because then now we can get our bucket. We can actually clean our mops. I think this is also the first time we've had, oh, what was it? The first time we've had somebody's, like, body. Speaking of which, come here.
Sorry, Tyler. This isn't the kind of trouble I can get you out of.
Yeah.
Who knows if I won't end up like that one day.
Oh, good lord. Oh, hello. Oh, no! Oh, man. It just keeps getting worse. It just keeps getting worse and hurting my soul. Oh, wow, that was... got filthy fast. Jesus. Yeah. Oh, there's still some. Any more? Doesn't look like it. You can go away. Okay, refill you. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna put double. Hell yeah, dude. We'll go back this way. Ooh. Give me that good shit. Okay. Because being able to stand this thing up is going to be really useful. Let me get out of the way here.
I need to clear the way first.
Damn it. Clear you away. Sorry, chair. Duck. Oh, phone. A. How about you, dude? I don't know, kind of working my life right now. Working out my life. What do you mean? I found a new job, a normal job. Time to move on. You? Normal job? Right.
Looks like they were trying to get their lives together.
Okay. Okay, it won't let me. All right, come here, bud.
Time to leave. The movie night is over.
God damn it. Get in there. Okay.
It won't move like this.
Hmm. Ah, shit. There's so much shit in there! God damn it. Jim really threw a tantrum in here. Okay. Let's get this chair. Goofy, but okay. Punch, punch, punch. Okay. Come on. Come on. See Billy Mays trying to sell me OxyClean, but Billy Mays is dead. Always forget Billy Mays is dead. He had too much OxyClean. God damn it. So close yet so far. And I thought the other one had a weirdly massive amount of... All right. Massive amount of like trash bags that we needed. Oh my god. Can't pick up the fucking chips, damn it. Okay. I say, oh shit. I say, I know there's little specks that I can't see.
I need to clear the way first.
Okay. Come here. Clean bucket. Clean you. Coat you. Coat you. Okay. Hey, yo, triple monitor setup. Kinda jealous, not gonna lie. Kinda jealous. Better Scoot, have a good night, MB. Thank you for hanging out. I'm sorry for getting so distracted by this game, guys. I'm just really enjoying it. There's a... Oh, there's the gamer chair. It's like there's a gamer chair in here. Is this the second map that we've had in a row with a gamer chair, or is this the third? See you back there. What else you got hiding around here, Tyler? Multiple wireless mice? Oh, apparently not much of as much of a gamer as I thought. Okay, then. Ah, fit. How could you do this to me? How could you do this to me? Okay. We'll fill that up in just a second. As we get you cleaned up.
There. No one will even notice.
You say that like I have reassembled everything already, bud. Darts. Oh. That's another brick. Good lord. Here, I don't think we picked this up.
Sudoku back to its former glory.
Sudoku? Sudoku? Oh, shit. I'm trying to cross my legs here. Casted resurrected Billy Mays. I think I'm kind of fine with the era of infomercials kind of sort of being over. I'm not gonna lie.
Just think of the money. Think of the money.
Where are all the cats? Just put you there for now. A little painting area. Oh wow, the wallpaper. That's fine. Okay.
Cleaning comes before fixing.
Okay, there we go. I'm trying, okay?
Day 17 of Sudoku therapy. So
That says therapy.
yeah, I'm solving Sudokus again. I'm kinda starting to get how it works. My therapist told me that it's good for my mind, but shit is hard. Like, what number am I supposed to type in here? God, you better be right, Doc, because I am freaking stretching my mind here. But I think I actually feel slightly better.
Sudoku therapy. Maybe you should have thought about getting a second opinion on that.
I mean, my grandpa is a pretty grumpy person. And does a lot of Sudoku. But, like, he doesn't sound like a bad dude. He sounds like a pretty cool dude. At least I think he sounds like a pretty cool dude.
It's hard to get used to this.
Oh god, not the pallet bed. Lamp. Lamp.
Sorry, Paul. This was out of my control.
No, Paul.
You're reunited with your son now.
No! Wait, no, you can't say that. No! I'm scared to find out where the cats are. Okay, let's do it this way. Go ahead and clean them. Clean everything. Refill it. Get out the soap. And then resistance. Okay. Money. Is that it? Did I only need to push those drawers in? Okay, then. We'll go into that room after this. Also, these fucking cat paws, man. More money.
Interior design is my passion.
I'm pretty sure he said that before. Come here, lamp. Oh, shit. Gosh darn cat paws. Okay, then.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
We're still missing one body, which makes me think it's going to be in that back room. I think this is I'm going to assume this is the girlfriend. Oh, hello. Okay. Quote! What are you quoting? All right. Get this couch back in its spot. God,
I can't put it back like that.
hold on. Where is... There we go. The tiniest of cat prints. But I suppose, to be fair, if somebody comes in for forensics, they probably would find that tiny fucking cat print. Oh, shit. That's apparently all the trash. Okay. Gonna say I swear I saw. Oh, hello. We're still missing a cushion. How? Oh, it's right here. Duh. It's the first thing I picked up when we came in. Oh shit. Gib. There it is. I need cat feet again. Ah, you. Okay. Please don't touch anything. I'm tired of constantly changing strings and we need to save. Love you, Trisha.
Tyler seems to have liked music, but I guess music didn't like him back.
Okay, then. I don't want to get too close to that vase. All right, give me that phone. I invited my pals. There'll be 5 of us. I'm not so sure about them. Why won't they try to pull some shit? Come on, these are my friends. I know, sweetie. It's just, no, right. You're right. It'll be fun. I think we're going to actually like them. Just try to get along. It'll be fine.
Not go fine.
I think it went fine. Ish. It wasn't necessarily the friend's fault. To be fair.
Be Trisha. Tyler talked a lot about you.
To be fair. Okay, so this was the girlfriend. Yep.
I wish we had met under different circumstances.
Okay. Alright, come here, Light. Oh shit. Come here. You are shockingly useful. I like having you around. Give me the tape. A nacho. Let's see, he doesn't sound too bad. He's not that bad. Don't be mean to Tyler. He's trying his best, okay? He hasn't been allowed to have hobby. Oh, Jesus, what the hell? I see you. Brick. The hookah goes up here. Okay. I didn't feel like there was any secrets here. Did I get everything? I guess. I guess I got everything. Okay. Bye. Yeah. Hell yeah. More perfect scores! Because I'm so fucking good at this game. There were secrets! Damn it! Another one bites the dust. Oh no, that's the name of the achievement. Okay. What were we gonna upgrade this one? No longer leave bloodstains, or... We have 8. I think I want to get the dual wielding. There. Okay, so we have 2 more points to spend. Pressure washer? Tank capacity. I have not been using the Ozonator. I'm not gonna lie. We bought the Ozonator as like the first thing. I have not used it a single time. Not even a little bit. Washing service area? It's fine. No, we got the axe. We have the axe right here. I completely forgot to use it last time. I completely forgot we got it. Unlimited capacity? Ooh. Yes? No, let's get some upgrades for the power washer. And then next time we can get the careful cleaner. Phone? Phone!
Job, Kowalski. This red Tyler tried to get to me, but I can smell traitors for miles. Good thing you, Mr. Kowalski, are not like them.
You think he may just be paranoid? Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking may end up happening. Wait, what are we doing? Are we packing up the room? These weren't here before. They weren't on the bed. Hold on. Archive? What does this go in order of? Rat problem. Well then. I'm noticing the font's changing, so I'm clicking through all of them just so that they are marked red. Okay. I think we're good. Oh, sorry. I had to sneeze. Oh, goodness.
Who's a good boy?
All right.
Not me, that's for sure.
Listen, you're doing your best for your kid, okay? It's fine. She doesn't need to know what you're doing. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh! Wait, did that actually make it to the dartboard? I thought it just hit the dresser.
It's Jim. My daughter got herself in a little bit of trouble. She will contact you soon, and I need you to help her. Do well, and obviously, you'll get paid like always.
What kind of trouble can Big Jim's kid get into, chat? All right. Oh. Remember, kids, don't leave the doors open when you're going to be unattended, when the house is going to be unattended. I miss you. Lately, I've been feeling worse. It's frustrating how weak my body feels sometimes. I have to stay in bed all day. I need to rest more to get back on track. Doctors say it might take some time. I miss you a lot. Really wish I could come home to be with you. I know I need to recover first, though, because they won't let me leave otherwise, but I'm strong. Just wait for me a little longer. I can't leave Dexter hanging. 9? I need your help. There's a party at this place, and we had some brand new cool drugs to make things fun, but lol, they were some dope shit, and everyone went kind of crazy. Somehow I fell asleep. They just kind of woke up, and everyone was dead, so like, whatever, will you help me out? Dad said you probably should, but no pressure. It's a summer resort my dad gave me, and I don't want any trouble, you know? By the way, dead bodies smell really, really bad. Do what you gotta do. Burn them, dismember them, dissolve them in a barrel, throw into a river. I don't care. Just make sure nobody finds out. Oh. Oh. All right, we're about to have a commercial break. They're knockers. Boo! Anyway. All right. We have a commercial break. I'm going to run to the bathroom during this one because I have not gone the whole stream yet. So I will be back in a couple minutes. I'll turn the music up after I go, but don't burn anything down. Sunstar, you're in charge. Have fun. I almost said Ordain was in charge, and then I realized what kind of that insinuates. Yeah, iPad time. All right. Sunstar, keep it all on track. All behave. We still got almost a whole minute. So let me make sure I turn the music down. I gotcha. I gotcha. All right. Let me go check something really quick. But... okay, hold on. Why do I keep getting more notifications from these same Discords? Oh. Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh, darn it. I don't apply to any of these. Darn. Darn. Oh no, not the Roblox Creator Club. Oh no. Horrifying. Horrifying. Okay. Okay. Absolutely not. No. Okay. No Roblox Creator Club, please. Roblox Creator Club doesn't exist. And they can't hurt you. Wait, is this somebody's actual art or is this AI? Okay, hold on. I gotta look. Not safe for work AI art. Yep, there it is. There it is. Stupid. Stupid. Okay. We can go ahead and put that away. Back to the game. Oh, stop the music. Thank you, Phantom of the Opera. Please and thank you. All right. Yeah, you AI. I agree. I agree. Party's over. Wait, there's a vacation resort all the way out here? Should you try the what or what? No, those are never the words, Dr. O. The slurs are never words in this game. Generative AI needs to Loud Valley.
Who would have thought? Like father, like daughter. This whole party didn't even really seem necessary.
What was the party for? Oh, I saw that flamingo moving. All right, looks like we're working with the truck again.
Let's get this party started.
Oh my god. Oh no. Amazing. Wait. Oh my god, I have multiple dual sponges. Excellent. I have quad sponges. Okay. Oh.
You should leave hiding the evidence to trained professionals.
Crossbows. Where's that duck in a cage? Okay, don't ask me how I got what are definitely the smoking pieces.
What were they cooking?
Meth, probably. At least that's what I'm starting to think. Oh, I'm gonna have to clean up the gunk on the floor, aren't I? All right, what do we got? Group chat. Girls, he's acting weird. What is he planning? Sweetie, I have an idea. We can all write our thoughts at the same time. 1, 2, 3. He's seeing someone else? Oh god, she's unsent message. Interesting. Oh, I see you. All right. Oh, actually, hold on. That's not what I need. That's not what I need. There we go. I like that apparently the cleaning basically starts before the hand animation.
Something's blocking the way.
What do you mean? Is that a lighter? Put you there for now. All right, hold on. You. All right, let's clean shit. Have a daughter? No, that's exactly what this is. This was a party that his daughter was having. We're gonna clean everything. And then we're gonna drain it. Strength, not resistance, clean. Okay. Coat everything in it. Okay. Come on. You're coming with me. Oh, I see you. Okay. Oh, are you already in your spot? I guess you are. Again, why are there always distant police sirens? I kind of want to know why there's always distant police sirens, especially when we're out on the locations that are like way out in the middle of nowhere. Or like way outside of town. That we're finding out is this. We're finding out that this town is just like, Hi, Metro. Thank you. Hired the best crime scene cleaner. The best. True. Everybody else is getting caught. I'm over here making shit disappear. Here, I'm not gonna bother cleaning the things, because then I can just finish it with that. Now we can clean the things. Okay. Can I put you away? Oh, didn't hold it long enough. Okay. Let's get you spiffed up, Mr. Bench. Even if I can't see shit. There we go. I see more over here. Damn it. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I guess we'll do this one. Emphasis on I guess. Oh. He is definitely scorched. I have a sneaking suspicion. That like this whole thing is gonna be that like they were doing something with the barrel and the barrel exploded. Okay, what do we have here? Girls, he's acting weird. Okay, this is the same one. Definitely gonna propose to you. Okay, these are very different answers. I have a sneaking suspicion that the dude like went crazy or something. All right, let's go.
Burned to a crisp. She must have been caught in an explosion from the campfire.
Do not observe ducks, chat. Do not observe ducks. It is illegal to observe the duck. Do not duck stare. Schrodinger's duck. Oh no. Okay, that was. I was like, I was waiting for this bag to get fucking full, and it does it as soon as I walk away. Yeah. Wait, that doesn't leave trash, does it? Okay, we're good. Yeah. Ball? Ball. Okay. There's a lot of shit out here. Hey, buddy. All right, let's go. We'll take you two while we're here.
Under the influence claims another victim.
Driving? He wasn't driving. Sorry, I think you're losing your comedic edge. Jesus! I like light clicked it, trying not to just chunk them. Because it's just supposed to be release. Just like click is supposed to be release. Okay. Wait, I just realized too. This says no campfire. That's very weird.
First things first. Gotta scrub, scrub, scrub.
Okay. Where are you, dirty? There we go. Steal that. Nothing. How could you be so rude as to not have any money for me to steal? Now, I get that she said that, like, her dad bought this place for her. But the fact that these things seem effectively empty is very strange. Hello. Over again. Lysander eyes. Okay. Was designed for a lot of things that have a lot of signs saying not to do. Yeah, that's like, does it say not to climb it? That guy looks like he's holding a syringe. Does it say not to climb this while you're on drugs? Okay, there is some money in here. Again, I'm curious what this town is like, considering it seems to function on increments of 100. Oh, hey. So, I feel like that was only done for the sheer, like, annoyance of it. The fact that there was just, like, a stool in this whole cabin. And then $200. It's very strange. Okay. Let's do this. What do we have here? Modern Phoenix, thank you for the follow. And Metro Static, thank you for the follow too, guys. Welcome in. Also, that's 8.8K. Fuck yeah, dude. No, wait, we're way past it. Damn it, we missed boob. Wanna be stuntman. Oh, shit. I feel like that's gonna go somewhere like it. Do not stand. Okay, that's where he was. That's why there's broken boards everywhere. Oh, shit. Excuse me. Okay. God, what the fuck was he thinking? Anything else? Stop moving. Okay, we'll probably... Somebody remind me if we run into something. No littering. Locked. Okay, then. Let's do some pickup around, then.
Been some huge blast.
something's in there. Gonna say we can probably just jump over. The fuck? Oh, okay, hold on. What is the axe button? There it is. Yabby. Itch. 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 Okay. Jesus! I have a stinking suspicion that, like... Oh. Oh no. This is one seriously fucked up party. Jeez. Oh my god. Okay, let's go. Bye-bye, balloon. Blood pool. Well, yeah, kind of. There just seemed to be a blood pool of some kind. Okay, we'll try to get in there in a minute. But right now, you. Again, no. Does that say no feeding the ducks? Okay. What the fuck? Trying to figure out what fucking nightmare went down in here. Here we go. We're missing another chair. There you are. You. Okay.
It won't move like this.
Okay. Let's do this. Buckets. We're gonna need the bucket. Full time. Bucket can go there. Drain first. Work back forward. Also, what is up with the size of these flamingo floats? Here, let's also get out. Not you. You. Okay. I hear that music playing and I'm pretty sure it's coming from inside the house. The music's coming from inside the house!
If I had $1 for every time I have to clean blood out of a pool.
Listen, at least I'm not the only one who's thinking it, okay? We'd have like, what, $5 at this point? Okay. Move you. Squeaky noises. Oh, that's where all the barrels go. Okay. Here, come here. We're gonna take some blood with us for a minute. Yeah. And then this one. There's another one right there I can see. Okay, let's go get this bucket cleaned out. What did I just kick? Oh. A milk carton is what I kicked. Keg Tower, PogChamp, Keg Tower. Oh, yeah. It's still a lot of fucking beer between 9 people. Cause Jesus, dude. Okay, it is a little dirty. We'll do this. Refill it again. Get our stuff. We'll use some resistance. And then clean. coat everything in it. Funny thing is you can kind of, I realize you can cheese the animation and not have to wait for it because the effects already pop up at the bottom. Okay, let's put, we're gonna clear this part. And then we'll do this. Okay. You can go away. Missed a little bit. Okay. Okay. Get rid of the weirdly sticky beer stain. Oh. Ugh. Come here.
One's never too old to have fun, huh?
I wonder why all of the pool ones let me like drain them all the time. Shit. Hup. Okay. Get up there. Get in there. Okay. Feels fast, Dan. Yeah, as somebody who's had to empty and drain a pool, I fucking wish. I fucking wish. Again, all the fucking police sirens, dude. I kind of want to turn the go inside just to turn the music off. Let's also clean this up real quick. This is kind of disgusting.
Something is blocking the way.
Where are the rest of the chairs? That's not good. Okay. Well, there's one of them. Come here. Literally cleaned before the fucking sponge tossing animation finished. Okay, get out of here. Anything else interesting in here? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Oh, whoops. Shit. Damn it. I broke something else. Okay. Come on, buddy.
That's why you shouldn't do suspicious drugs. Or any drugs for that matter.
Don't do drugs, kids. Hey, Emot. College party. Every college party you went to? With this many corpses? I'd be deeply concerned if it was this many corpses. Jesus. Got a strong arm. That's only supposed to be released, too. I am not trying to throw him. It's still, like, charging for some reason. Okay, then we can get rid of this one too. Okay. Where was our, there's our bucket. Clean, clean, clean. Clean, clean, clean. The sponges are actually doing good. Okay. I'm really enjoying this game. Oh, it's a balloon. I thought that was a bowl. Oh, there's still you. You, get up here. Give me that money. Give me that money too. Okay. Did you find that thing? Wait, which thing? Which thing? Find the thing. Find the thing in the stuff? The things with the stuff? That's fine. Give me that money. In front of the heater in the summer. I think this is the summer. I don't know if this is the summer. It's everywhere? Huh? Okay, I think we're good here. Wait, what does this say? Oh, it's a more no littering sign. Okay, and we haven't found a key yet. I'm pretty sure. Need to find the rest of these chairs. Jesus. Oh, shit. I didn't realize I already had a full bag. I will. Also, True Manilor, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Never mind, more blood. Yeah, it's all blood. Also, hold on. Wait, let's go get this keg. Oh, here's another keg, actually. Okay. We gotta, of course, we gotta finish the keg tower. Aren't you counting? Here we go. Then we have another one that's over here. And I'm pretty sure the last one was inside the window. God, that is so loud. Oh my God, that is so loud. All right, let's clean this bathroom first. Because I did not like that build. The build gave me a little bit of anxiety. Okay. Oh, hey. That's what? Okay. Okay, these are all dirty. Give me that mask. Okay, that's not dirty. Where's my bucket? Why is it louder out here? Wouldn't be a crime scene without a little blood? True. Probably. Okay, hold on. Okay. See, that's a manageable volume. I do kind of like this double sponge, though. I'm a cleaning ninja. Okay, okay. I don't think they want to hire someone cheaper because I'm doing this job for I'm doing literally a perfect job. Nice. Get you out of here. Goodness. Give me your drugs. Okay. Oh, well. Oh, okay, we got another room here that I didn't see before. Oh, shit. On the upside, they're technically not making us clean up after the party favors. We're only having to clean up the partiers. It's fine. Oh, there you are. I meant to grab you too. Neat. Okay. I still haven't found these other chairs. We're missing 2 chairs. And we'll find them somewhere. Oh. Oh, right. Come here. Okay. Where is this music being played from? Son of a bitch. Okay. I want to be able to turn off the music. Atera! Holy shit, thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! Oh, hi. Uh-oh. That's one of the arrows. From the crossbow we found. Alright, we'll take you.
He must have tried to sleep through the pain.
Ooh. With a bolt still shoved in his leg? He probably bled out. But welcome in, Raiders! How was... Ooh, Still Wakes the Deep. Were you doing the DLC? Were you doing the DLC, or were you doing the full game? Ooh, okay. But welcome in, Raiders. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Mar, and I'm the Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or whatever my little inclinations like to get into. We are currently playing Crime Scene Cleaner. We're cleaning up after a party that went wrong. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. We're still kind of piecing together what happened. We are currently working for a mob boss named Big Jim, and his daughter apparently owns this place. And something went really, really, really wrong. And we're still kind of piecing it together based off of clues. We obviously know that it's something to do with this crossbow. Somebody used a crossbow. But there's also, like, evidence of an explosion. Clean up the table. Oh, that didn't lock it into place. Yes, the DLC. Are you having a good time? Is it really fun? Or are you getting traumatized having to dive underwater? I know there's a lot of people that, like, didn't enjoy it because they hated the underwater aspect. But, like, that's literally my favorite thing of, like, any game. So, you know. Hold on. Is that it? Oh my god, yes! Okay, you get out of there, you get out of there. Can I put you back now? Nice. There's a hookah somewhere that we're missing. Oh, there it is. Yoink. Perfect. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, we need to get this guy down. We'll take the William Tell bolt. All right, buddy. Let's go.
Satisfied now, Robin Hood?
No, it's William Tell. Come on, obviously. Okay. Is there a time limit Or I'll drown and get anxious? Ah. Yeah. So what I'm hearing is you won't go scuba diving with me? Oh, there we go. Okay. Let me also make sure to put you in here. All right. So we need to finish that. Okay. Cleaning, cleaning, cleaning. Oh, whoops. Oh boy. Oh shit. Wrong one. Oh, you got moved. There we go. Okay. Let's get you cleaned. More resistance. Strength. Okay. Someone did an apple trick. Yep, that's pretty much exactly what it was. Fuck you, balloon. Okay. I need my sponges. Go, sponges, go. We are a master crime scene cleaner. I am perfecting as many levels as I can. Not gonna lie. Oh, give me that money. $100. Okay, this chair goes out here. Come on. Okay. Right there. Anything else in here? Oh, lamp. Lamp. Give me drugs. Yeah, this place really looks like they don't actually stay here. Which is weird that... Bibble! Bibble! Okay. Got that two-hand sale? I got those sponge akimbo. Listen. It's fine. It's fine. Where is this other chair? There it is. Let's do this. Clean up a bunch of these things. Strawberries. Ooh. I see that shmoney. We gotta get rid of this stuff first.
So-called party trick.
Oh. Hi. Neat. Thanks, guys. Phone. Okay, so we've been getting... Tomorrow lots. Where are you, mate? Now listen, this ain't some weak shit. This is some new line of product. It'll fuck you up, okay? Just the crying emoji.
This answer certainly explains itself.
Well then. Yeah, they really hadn't... Oh, hello. There you are. Don't worry about the cult ducks. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure that's totally fine. All right, fuck it. Give me this chair. Let's get this chair back where it belongs. At least close. Let's clean it first. Ew! Somebody shit in the chair! Hate that. Ah, so this actually isn't where this is supposed to go. Come here. Okay. Come here, flamingo. I saw something here. Okay. Well then, let's clean you up. Get all this done. Give me my light. Not that light, this light. Okay. Oh. Okay, we'll come back and look for it after we get rid of this trash. Oh God, we're looking at the ducks. Don't look at the ducks. Do not observe the ducks.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Unionize. Unionize.
Calm. Wait.
What do you mean unionize?
Calm down.
I'm a one-man work show. Luckily, though, we still have quite a decent chunk of stuff we still need to explore. Because we're still missing... Nothing. Nothing. Okay. We're still missing some blood. Ah. Well, that was some of it, but not all of it. How are you doing, Cora? What trouble are you getting into? Union Ducks, this stage of the game, a panel van would definitely make way more sense than a pickup truck. We're kind of stuck with our pickup truck because all of our money is going towards our daughter. Observing ducks. Okay. I'm missing somewhere. Come on, Light. You're with me. Let's go. We're finding it. Pizza up there. Oh, is there... Ah, the ceiling. Duh. There we go. Okay. Let's go, Bucket. You and me. So we're missing 2 chairs still. Here, we'll take you with us for now. Oh, there's one. Yoink. Okay, let's go see if the other one's, like, thrown overboard. What the hell? Do not talk to the ducks! Breaking all the rules here. Breaking all the rules. Quick, the blood! The blood! The blood! It's fine. It's fine. Okay. I want to find this other fucking chair. Looks like there's stuff up there. Tricycle. I'm sure that's fine. Duck. Could it have been in here? I doubt it. Oh, well. Ah, shit. No, that counts. That counts in here. Cabins, plural. Okay, so I'm guessing the one that we don't have unlocked right now is the one we need to get into. So, let me see. I don't think we picked up a key. Yeah, we haven't picked up a key. It makes me think it's in there. Let's go look back here. I wonder if that's the chair that we need. Aha. Oh, tab. X. Excuse me. Looking for shit. Looking for shit. We're also missing 4 bodies. We're still missing 4 bodies. Jesus. Okay, chainsaw. What? Oh my god.
thought I've already seen everything.
Why are they crispy too? Oh shit. I'm sure this is fine. Damn it, wrong one. Jesus, what the fuck happened in here, dude? Okay. Kind of just dirtying all of my equipment right now, just so I can try and clean as much as I can, and then we'll take one of the bodies. What the fuck were they doing in here? Okay, yeah, all of my things except like one sponge is dirty. God, the fucking slappy wet sounds. Hi, Crimson. Put Kool-Aid all over the ceiling? Yes. It's Kool-Aid. All right, let's go.
He's literally falling for him.
All right, we'll drop this guy off. And then we'll clean all of our shit in the bucket. And then I'm pretty sure that chair that was on the balcony is actually the one that we need. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Mop. Where's their bucket? There it is. Clean you. Clean you. Clean you. And clean, might as well clean you. All right, come on. Put you here. I think that's just supposed to be another way out, but that's fine. Let's go check the front door now. Instead of taking the... Ah, there was more.
Are they really working here?
Oh, hey, wait a second. Up, up. Oh, shit. Wait, these aren't partygoers. These are just random construction workers. Does that mean that they were already dead here? Question mark. Lot of questions, not nearly enough answers.
Guys, we're
No, not the drunk podcast.
perfect time for a podcast. So freaking drunk. You can't really work while sober. You're so smart, dude. I love you, bro. Tommy, what happened? I'm coming for you.
Never in a million years I would have guessed what happened here.
I still can't figure out what happens.
Oh my
I'm so
God.
confused.
Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
What's the
Everybody
procedure,
stay calm.
everyone? What's the procedure?
Stay calm.
Wait.
Everybody calm down.
Is that what it was? This is why OSHA exists, kids. They had a bad day. It seems like they had a bad day. Jesus. Hi, Indy. So that's why there's signs on the ladders for the ducks? Oh, yeah, being intoxicated on the ladders. Okay, but what were the two guys doing upstairs that they just seemingly exploded all over the walls? All right. Let's go clean this mop. Double check you. There's the booze. Okay. Hup. I missed. Damn it. Okay. Why do you look crispy, though? Oh, good lord. That's fine, I guess. Okay.
Are you an angel? Because you fell from heaven.
Huh? We still haven't found a key. We're missing something. The Rasta bong. For some reason, all the bongs in this game look like that. All of them. Okay. We're still missing one body, which makes me think it's in there. I see a light, too, in there. So, missing one evidence. Missing a lot of trash. Jesus. Here, let's go ahead. Get the water swapped out. Book. Money investment expert. Okay, just had to make sure that everything was clean. Oh shit, it's already 5 o'clock. Are you serious? Oh man. All right, let's do this. We're gonna do orange and green. Okay. True. But I want to finish this mission. So we need to figure out what we are missing. Let's do... So, wait, where does it change? Cabins. Which I'm guessing all of the trash is going to be inside this cabin. Is there another way in, I wonder? Oh, hello. That ain't right. Hello.
Should have stuck to a good proven stuff.
Thanks for the hash there, guys. Although this isn't exactly a good hiding spot. Okay, let's go back in here because I still feel like we're missing something. I can't open the fridge. I can only open the microwave. Can't open any of these. Bathroom's totally normal. Flush toilet. Upstairs. I'm pretty sure we checked all the drawers here because this is where we first found some money. Ah. That window's open, but I can't. Can I? See, I'm clever. Just sometimes it takes me a little bit. I'm clever. On a Jesus. Also, the beacon's back. A new hand has touched the beacon. Okay, then. Excuse me, pardon me. Let me just go ahead and open that up. Where's my bucket? Bucket. Go there. All right. Oh, right. A new hand touches the beacon. Okay, that's our second beacon, too, by the way. That is the second beacon that we found. Glass. Did she... Where Where's the glass from? Oh well. Maybe there was a light fixture or something that was broken. But again, why does it seem like these people just fucking exploded? I did it. I broke the animation. There is no animation anymore. Let's clean the... That's not the right one. That's not the right one. That almost is bad. I did it. I have successfully broken the animation. Flawless. Flawless. All right, what do we got here? Girls, he's acting weird. What did hers not send? Maybe this motherfucker wants to dump you? Wow, they really all did have, like, different answers. Okay, then. All right, bucket. She looks scorched too, which is even weirder. It makes me think that I'm like missing even more secrets. Okay, let's do this. There's our last chair. Pizza. No, microwave. Microwave. Tradition, flush and toilet. Okay, come here. All right. Just gonna stick this chair out here for now. And then we're gonna take you.
Another one. He must have blown all over.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been saying. Okay, then. So this will be the last body. Go ahead and put you in here. All right, we still got to finish cleaning. I do kind of wonder, because it seems like you can technically finish the mission if you just get all of the bodies. Like, that seems to be technically the only completion that matters. All right, I'm not actually going to break for the ads this time, guys, because I want to get through this mission as soon as possible. I've broken the mop animation completely. Ah, shit. No, this isn't the chair that we need. Damn it. It's these chairs. All right, come here. Missing some trash. Cabin trash. No blood in the cabins anymore, but where is the fucking trash? Trash, 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 trash. Because it only it technically only counts actual trash. And if I break something, it'll actually add it to... Okay, I think it's the other one. I think it's this one that's not finished. Pizza slice trash. Unfortunately, pizza does not count as trash in this game. I don't know if it wants me to get rid of these, like, boards here. Nah, that didn't count. I think it's too, if they were trash, they would glow. So... Fuck! Nah, the planks I cut didn't count. If I got near the actual trash that it was looking for, though, it would, like, tell me. Oz, thank you for doing your season pass. Eldrazi. Magic the Gathering? Eldrazi? I'm worse than Imrical. Oh no, that's money. And a pancake. Do you like pancakes? Yeah, we like pancakes. Do you like waffles? Darn it. Darn it. Is it on the porch somewhere? Okay, so it looks like it's around here that it becomes the cabins. But I'm also not seeing anything pop up, obviously, in front of me. I'm also still trying to find this other fucking chair! Oh my god, is that the chair? Fuck, that's the chair! Damn it, it was in the pool the whole time. Come here. Okay. That's done. So this whole section is done. The inside I'm pretty sure is completely done. Let's double check. Yep. Where's the trash? Hey, there was a chair in the pool at the last, like, villa, too. You missed it, Takeshi. Granted, the pool boy, I'm pretty sure, was tied to it at one point. You. Fucking duh. I forgot that we didn't get all of the wood. All right. Yoink.
Any signs? No one to care.
All right. Perfect score, baby. Perfect score. 16. Let's go. 10. I swear to God, the number of skill points we get, like per level now, is getting worse. I swear. Oh, we missed a tape. Damn it. Missed another tape. Son of a bitch. All right, give me that. Yeah, and that'll max out on this side. So then, hold on. Okay, I definitely want unlimited cleaner vision. And then garbage can. Garbage detection range by 20%. Garbage bag capacity. Capacity for sure. For sure. Fuck it. We'll get the omnidirectional UV. Although, I feel like we've already kind of had it this whole time. Color.
I knew I could count on you. My daughter
Always knew I could count on you, chat.
going to mess. That's when I come in handy.
How was the explosion party?
Dead in the world.
Horrifying.
I'm sure you know how daughters are, don't you?
He must think we're the same. But But surely we're not. Unlike him, I don't have any other choice. Or do I?
I don't know. Oh, he's remodeling the room. Hopefully. Like, he got rid of, like, the hospital bed and the IVs and stuff. Were these stars here before? I think these stars were here before. Okay. Beg. Beg. Aww. Wow, we just really skipped ahead.
One last touch.
Bunny. Bunny.
What would you think about your dad?
Bunny.
Knew what he did to get it.
New music. Nice. Why do we keep opening the... Close the door. Okay. Now that is where we're going to call it, because I'm pretty sure it saves after that. Freya! Oh no! Oh no, Freya! Oh no! I'm so sorry. We're just about to end. Oh my goodness. But welcome in, Raiders! Those of you who don't know me, my name is Martin. I'm Ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I like to play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or whatever my little inclinations like to get into. If you happen to like those things, I do highly recommend dropping a follow and swinging back by tomorrow. We're going to be back at noon CDT. We'll be talking about probably a bunch of random shenanigans, news, all that jazz. Tomorrow, I believe the general plan is... I think what I'm still going to be doing is what I've been doing the last week. Tuesdays, we typically talk about food. So what I've been doing recently, as per to recent political climate, is we show off some food and cultures based off a certain demographic party doesn't like. So we've done Afghanistan. We'll probably actually continue doing some Afghanistan. I feel like there's probably going to be some new videos for it because it was basically brand new videos by the Food Review channel. We've done Iran. We've done Cuba. In the future, we'll probably do Venezuela and a couple others. Would you like a Target suggestion or not? No. Unless you have a very special reason. I'm curious. Oh no, Seggy's playing Deadlock again. I am curious about the reason. Otherwise, I'm probably just going to go with... Oh no, not the cardboard crack day. One of the homies. Skull! All right. Oh no, Pix is playing horse game. Sugarbug! Click. Hey, chat. If you're a big fan of assets like mine and such, you should go follow Sugarbug. They're one of my favorite artists all the way back from the early DeviantArt days. But I need to find... So I didn't turn on the music. That is my bad. Come back, Nightwish. Fun. Sounds interesting. It's really fun. Sorry, I'm scratching my eye, which is why my eyes are closed. But I need to figure out who to rate. I think we're going to rate Amuki. Amuki's gotten sucked into totally not spooky driving sim, and by that I mean Pacific Drive. But what is Timothy doing? Not starting anything. Only waving around his demon core. Okay. Get in the robot chat. Final Fantasy 14. All right, hold on. Let me check my following. Let me see who I follow that like isn't showing up in my recommended side thing. Cause oh god, somebody's drawing fan art of themselves as one of the horse girls. Savvy's doing Lockdown Protocol. Peak, VR chat. Kaine's doing Cyberpunk 2077. Dang, people really are not jumping out at me. Hectic is doing stuff with pork buns, but nobody's doing anything spooky. Elden Ring, Well, Night Rain specifically. Outer Wilds. Outer Worlds and Outer Wilds. Jesus. DBD. Throw chat to random low viewer streamers, scare them. Here, we'll raid my buddy Hapu. Hapu is somebody who I used to stream with all the time. He's a little leaf dragon. He's playing DBD. He mostly plays DBD a lot of the time, unless there's like a new cutesy game that comes out. We were kind of part of a group together. We'd play like games like DBD and stuff all the time. Many of us, though, me and Hapu are kind of the only ones that still stream out of our gaggle of like 5. So yeah, we'll raid Hapu. He is adorable. So we're gonna go with, I don't want to do Crime Brulee for Hapu. Let's go with Wiggle. And no evidence was ever found. with the little squiggle. Little tilde. All right, y'all. I will be back tomorrow, noon CDT. We're going to be yapping about food. If that happens to interest you, I highly do recommend swinging around. We've been having really good streams the last week, so I'm hoping we're inching closer and closer towards that partner goal. Unfortunately, last month, I think, well, the previous 30-day period is what I mean. I don't think it was very good, so it may not have counted. So we may have to kind of start over. Which I kind of hate. I'll have to go check the numbers, but we'll see what happens. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome, and thank you for enjoying the show. Good night.